We're on.
We are live.
Good evening, guys. This is Upset. Okay.
He
This is
practiced, I promise.
This is Upset Universe. We are broadcasting live from the Upset Universe studios in the diner, and today we are going to be going over the what may be one of the most influential elections of our time. What do you think?
I think that it probably is overhyped, personally, but we'll see. So, we're about 10 minutes out, 8 minutes more specifically out from the first polls closing on the East Coast. I believe six states are going to be closing their polls.
Six states very shortly.
Then they'll start counting.
Yeah.
Of course, some states have already begun counting early ballots, so we should probably see some immediate results when they close, but they could be misleading. It's likely that they'll be skewed.
So here's the big issue: is the mail-in, the global mail-in voting thing has really put a big question mark on this particular election, and what we're seeing is that states are going to have a harder time counting the results than they ever have in the past. Millions of votes have already been cast in this election, and they are not going to be started to count until today or maybe even tomorrow. Those are going to take much longer to count. They've got to open up envelopes, feed them through computers and whatnot, and so those counts will happen, and they're expected to trickle in well over a week. So at this point of the game, this election night is going to be mostly focused on counting those people that have come in today to vote, that were counted live.
Watch all of this play out this evening. So, Chris,
What exactly is that?
Beginning to look at South Carolina, a couple of states that are coming in.
I'm sorry.
So, it looks like we might. Let me see here.
What's that?
6 minutes until the very first polls close for the evening.
They say 6 minutes. This says 5 minutes. It's 6 minutes. No, it is more like 5 minutes.
It's probably closer to 5 minutes. What we're seeing here is the DirecTV feed right behind us. We also have a feed going on one of our computers, and I think that probably we're getting less of a delay on the computer system.
Mm-hmm. Tonight, we have a lot of time to kill because, you got an hour after this first set of polls close that we're just going to be talking about the results. So we're going to be scanning the news, seeing what people are saying live, what various op-ed pieces on different news platforms. We may not even always be talking about the election directly. We might drift into pop culture or other similar, usually some topic that is pertinent and timely, but not necessarily the election, even though this is our election night coverage.
So, back to, we're not probably going to see a winner tonight. I foresee just a few possibilities on what we're going to see this evening. One is that the Trump vote is actually super large. There's a wave that comes across. And that would have to be so large that the pollsters completely got everything wrong, and basically they have no choice but to call it for Trump. Now, having said that, Pennsylvania has already said they're not going to call for Trump at all tonight. They say that they're going to wait until they've had all of their opportunity to count all of their votes before they call it. So that's one possible scenario. Another possible scenario is that of the states that do announce winners this evening, or are giving tentative announcements of winners this evening, what you're going to see is maybe one or the other candidate claim victory. Now, here's how it's been playing out. Biden's campaign has said that if the media declares him the winner, then he's going to do a victory speech. And that's probably, that makes the media kind of like a fourth arm of the government, really. They get to choose who the winner is, and I don't really particularly agree with that at all. The other thing is that if Trump declares victory, already many media outlets have said, we're not going to cover that. Now, I don't know how that works out. I don't understand why they have that power. Now, I don't know how Fox News is going to handle it. They generally tend to go ahead and cover everything else that the other media outlets are not covering, but we will see ultimately how this all plays out tonight. So it's going to be a very interesting night. Again, I think it's a historic night simply because of this problem that we're having with the balloting. Mail-in ballots, I thought was a mistake from the very start, personally, and now we're starting to see the fruits of this. Even the Democrats are starting to say they're seeing the problems with this mail-in ballot situation that we have. And of late, probably over the last week and a half, they've been encouraging their voters to get out and vote. Now, I've heard some pundits also say that that causes a problem for them. If they don't mail in their ballots and they go out, and they're being now encouraged to go out and vote, but many of them are so afraid of the current situation that they do not want to even leave their houses. So are they going to leave their houses? Certainly Trump voters, as you can see from the large rallies, have no problem leaving their houses. But the Biden voters have been very reticent. If you've ever noticed any of the Biden rallies, they're not really rallies at all. They're really press conferences. They only have party loyalists and press there. There's no crowd whatsoever at any of his rallies. We can't really even judge how much enthusiasm they have for his campaign. Looks like we're 1 minute and 13 away from the polls closing. So,
well, an interesting thing in Florida that's happening right now, and I don't exactly know when their polls close, but an interesting thing in Florida, and they're going to be closed. Let me see. I'll find that, and then
I think
continue on.
Florida's a little later, but I'm not sure on that.
Florida will close at 7 p.m. their time.
Their time, that would be
3 hours ahead of us. So at 5, it'll be 8. So
they should be closing.
Yeah, they'll be closing. They
So-
closed just now. It became it just turned to 5 o'clock. So
Okay. That's awesome. We just went right to a commercial.
yep, that was interesting timing. Anyway, can we pause that for a minute?
Yeah. Let's talk.
So
that
let's
out.
talk about Florida. Florida seems to have gone rather that moment polling seemed to have gone fairly Republican. The governor.
Oh, here we
came
go.
out-
Here we go.
All right, let's hear.
Polls have just closed in half a dozen states. The most closely watched state at this hour is Georgia, which President Trump almost certainly needs to win if he's to secure a second term. As of this moment, too early to project a winner in this crucial battleground.
They have to get to counting.
Kentucky. Meanwhile, Biden will defeat Trump in the Commonwealth of Virginia, according to the Mark Decision Desk.
And the former vice president will also win in the state of Vermont. No big surprise there in the early part of this evening. We will need to look at more data before we can make a projection in the state of South Carolina. And in the state of Indiana, where Trump has enjoyed a lead over Biden in the pre-election polling, also not quite ready to make a call in Indiana.
Let's turn now to the Senate, control of which is very much up for grabs tonight. The most interesting state to watch at this hour is Georgia, the only place in the country that has not one but 2 Senate races on the ballot. Either of those could help determine control of the chamber. But here's the kicker: we might not find out who will fill either of those Senate seats until January. That's because of a Georgia state law requiring candidates to win more than 50% of the vote tonight or face a runoff election.
Oh, well, there you go.
Interesting.
Did you plug in the?
So right now I'm building us a just our own prediction map. I've highlighted some of the states that I know off the top of my head are going to go one way or the other. We'll switch over here. Now it looks like our this map up here that we have here, this is from 270 to win, and this is their live election night coverage. So it'll probably get updated a little later than our predictive model, and they aren't going to, just plug in that California went blue, even though we all know California is going to go blue. They're not going to put that in until technically the polls are closed and the votes have been counted. The polls close at 8 here, so is it 8 or 7?
Here, I believe our polls close at 8.
All right, so then that's going to mean that we'll probably get an update on where California stands officially, what, 11 o'clock?
You know what? It's hard to say as far as how California is going to end up going. To be honest with you, we have so many mail-in ballots, and then of course the added, everything in California is now quote mail-in. Even though like we turned in our ballots personally today, still not going to be counted for a while. So to be honest with you, last election, many of the ballot propositions were not decided for a week. I don't anticipate California to really truly be decided this evening on anything. Maybe there might be some things that it's just so overwhelming they might say, well, it looks at this point, this is the way it's going to go.
Essentially, with predicting with so many mail-in ballots, you have to wait until the counted votes. One of the candidates has a lead of counted votes that is greater than the uncounted ballots, or roughly equal. Because if you have, 50,000 votes left to count, and one candidate is about 50,000 votes ahead, every single one of those votes would have to be for the opposing candidate, and that's just not likely.
Yeah.
So it looks like they've got an interesting. They've only officially called Virginia and Kentucky up there. I guess the yellow ones are states where the polls are closed. I'm just going to assume that's.
Sorry, I'm trying to direct people to our live stream on Facebook. I'm not having a very easy time of it because I'm not that tech savvy.
Anyway, so let's take a look at what the news is saying. The not that news, because that's hard to listen to. Unsurprisingly, Pelosi is against Amy Coney Barrett. What's new? Trump team lawyers in
Pennsylvania condemn AG. So essentially, what he's looking at there, do you have that up on the screen? For
I
them to
can
see?
put it up on the screen
Okay.
here.
So here's the big problem that just occurred. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but however, this year I had to give them a signature on file, and my signature had to be on the outside of the envelope. Now, it was a little nerve-wracking to me that somebody's going to be looking at my signature there and my signature there, and they're going to be saying, do these match? If they say no, even though they are definitely my signatures, if they say no, my vote gets tossed out.
Mhm.
Okay? And maybe it was just that I had an off day the day that I signed, and I didn't the day I signed my ballot. And as a result, my vote gets tossed out. And again, this is one of those inherent problems with this whole system, is that we introduce all kinds of error. Now, what I was hoping to do today was to turn my vote in and have it scanned as I stood there. Nope, not possible in Stanislaus County.
Not possible in the state of California.
I'm not sure about that. Actually, to be honest with you, some counties are allowing in-person voting in the state of California.
Are they?
Stanislaus County chose not to.
I see. So one of the things about Californian voting this year is that Governor Gavin Newsom, I think it was yesterday, was told by what group was it?
Well, he was shot down by the Supreme Court.
Oh yes, that. They said that he completely overstepped his bounds in regarding to how he was handling voting in the state, which isn't a surprise to anyone living in California who was told that we were not allowed to go and vote in person, which is a large violation of our rights. But
Exactly. And so we've got a big problem with this mail-in voting, and it's going to definitely jack up this vote. And I have a feeling that much of what we're going to see tonight is going to be tied up in courts until as far as January, probably, with the Supreme Court making some final decisions, much like Gore v. Bush in the 2000 election, where the Supreme Court had to step in and say, nah, you really can't selectively vote counties. If you have a recount in a state, you must recount the entire state, not just selectively, which is what Gore wanted to do. He wanted to recount only certain areas, really, and he cherry-picked mostly Democrat areas. He wanted to recount only Democrat areas. He did not. He actually was actively blocking the recount in Republican areas. And so when the Supreme Court stepped in, they said, no, sorry, you either recount the entire state or
our connection. Okay. Sorry, it looks like we might have gone dead for a moment there. I'm not exactly sure what just happened, but it isn't happening anymore. So, let me just see. It looks like the stream that's out in the world hasn't actually caught up to where we are right now. I'm not going to worry about it. So, let's move on to election results. It looks like CNN is calling not Georgia, Indiana for Trump, which we already
Yeah, we kind
slotted in because it's Indiana. um, but that's interesting. They haven't called anything for Biden yet. They say that the first reports are coming in from Florida. So
every customer has their own safe light story. This couple loves camping it.
That couple loves camping, by the way.
yes, that couple loves camping. Like I say, I hate news sites. They're just the worst places. Anyway, let's see. So here's CNN Politics with their election. I'm not sure what's doing it, but the stream keeps lagging out. So I'm going to jump over. Now, the next polls are going to close in, let's see.
Figure the connection, maybe? Oh, no.
Okay, we're connected again. All right, so now we're on a wired connection, so we should stop dropping. I'm not sure what was causing that, but we were wireless before, now we're wired. Anyway, so
Yeah,
it looks
promoting our stream.
It looks like our update from 270 to win has updated and called the Vermont officially for Biden. So that's predictable, not surprising.
Who do they? Oh,
Our thing here.
okay.
Anyway,
Yeah, it looks like Real Clear Politics really is only currently calling, let's see, two or three states, two states. They are calling Vermont for Biden and Kentucky for Trump. So, but now Fox News is, of course, calling a lot more than that. What are they in 2 hours, 43 minutes? We're going to get Iowa, Montana. Okay, too quick. Oh, and then 4 hours, California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington, of course. But we pretty much know all of that. Idaho's going to go for Trump, and then the others will all go for Biden. Virtually assured of.
So MSNBC has called Indiana for Trump. They haven't called any other states yet, though. Then you have what was the other major one? CBS, I think.
CBS, yeah.
So let's see what CBS is calling. CBS is. This is not there. Okay, I want CBS News.
There you go.
CBS News is definitely the least done up for the election. I can't. Okay. I don't like CBS. Looks like CBS has not called any states yet. Also,
I
they
think
turned the map of the U.S. into a periodic table. Hold on, I have to show this.
I think it's very prudent that the news organizations do not. That could be a problem.
So, I just realized an interesting thing. I'm pretty sure I forgot to configure the audio inputs for the internet browser cam. So,
Internet browser can. Oh, so when we go to the internet browser, we drop off. Oh well, shoot.
I'm gonna fix that. Okay, so we should be here. Talk.
I think I'm live.
All right, looks like we're here. All right. So that's that. How insulting.
Don't be rude.
Come on, man.
I sympathize with Biden in that sense.
How dare you?
Oh, all right. So why don't you talk? You're good at that.
Well, all right. So let's see here. I just pulled up Real Clear Politics. Let me see here, and to look to see what they were saying, and I have it, but a lot. So, doggone, screen just jumped on me. Why did it do that? Hold on.
Probably an ad loaded.
Oh no, it was. I wanted to go to their news section, and
Actually, I kind of like this. Okay, so Huffington Post here has not only the various states that have what?
Go ahead. Sorry, something on there.
Candidates have leads in which states. So they've called Vermont and Kentucky for Biden and Trump, respectively, to no one's surprise. They currently say that Indiana, Virginia, and South Carolina have Trump leads, as well as, what is that, New Hampshire? Yeah, New Hampshire. They say that Florida currently has a very slight, only a couple percentage point lead for Joe Biden.
Okay, so that's not going to happen, okay? And this is not wishful thinking on my part whatsoever. Miami-Dade County has got more Republicans voting as of yesterday than Democrats, okay? So unless there's a lot of Republicans that are jumping ship and voting for Biden, I have a feeling that that's Huffington Post being very, very optimistic for Florida.
I think it's just them taking the current vote totals, because it looks like currently they say Joe Biden has about 2,000 more votes, 200,000 more votes.
200, yeah.
And so
yeah, about 200,000 more votes.
He has a lead there.
But early vote has been very predominantly Democrat, true. But we're seeing, oh look at that. Huffington Post just now said lightly that they think Georgia's going to go.
Those aren't them saying what they think is going to go. That's them just saying which states have a lead. So that means that Georgia just submitted their first vote totals. And it looks like currently Georgia has about 20,000 votes more for Biden. But the votes counted don't even total to 200,000. So it's way too 4% of votes counted. Florida has 52% of votes counted, so it will be interesting to see. They're really close, though. And in fact, they seem to be closing in on each other. I just checked back.
So I'm looking at a story here from Charles McIlwee
Okay.
on Real Clear Politics. You can go there and look at it yourself. And he says that there's 4 main areas that you want to watch on Election Day in Pennsylvania. Now, Pennsylvania is going to be really, really a tell on this election. If it goes heavy Biden, then Trump's ability to win this election becomes very, very narrowed. I looked, and it's possible still, but it really becomes narrowed. And he needs to. Then he will definitely need to get Georgia. But anyway, what they were looking at here is the Poconos Monroe County. First glance, the northeastern Pennsylvania county looks reliably Democratic, though rural Monroe, 2 hours west of Manhattan's George Washington Bridge, is a cultural extension of Metro New York. It also illustrates the state's urban-rural divide. Since the 1980s, the county has turned into a diverse commuter hub where natives of New Jersey and New York live in riverside towns or gated communities, and they vote Democrat. Meanwhile, many native conservative residents living in rural townships work in tourism and lodging in the Poconos Mountains. In 2016, Trump lost Monroe by 532 votes. It was the state's closest race. For comparison, in 2012, Mitt Romney lost Monroe by over 8,200 votes. Trump's overperformance was a tribute to rural enthusiasm in an area where the Democrats still outnumber the Republicans. And here's one of those bellwether areas, because who does have the most enthusiasm for them, Trump or Biden? Now, we have seen Trump completely pack out venues all over Pennsylvania. And here's the thing, 2016, he only lost that county by 532 votes. Also, remember, in Pennsylvania, the Trump people have been very, very active on the ground, whereas the Biden people have not been. Now, yes, you've seen Biden tour the state quite a bit, but as far as ground game goes, that is getting voters to the polls. The Democrats are almost non-existent. They haven't put that. They put all their eggs in the basket of mail-in votes. So when it looked like they were behind on mail-in votes, they started to panic. Trump, however, has put a lot of time, effort into the ground game, getting the voters to the polls. And this is one of those counties where that's going to show if he was successful. In Pennsylvania, they gained, I believe it's 150,000 Republicans in the state were gained over the last year, and the state lost 50,000 Democrats. I could have my numbers wrong there because I don't have it right in front of me. But I don't know if you can look that up. But basically, they've lost Democrats while gaining a massive amount of Republicans. And this is one of those places where that might be a tell. Suburban Harrisburg's Cumberland County. Long ago, the sprawling county across the Susquehanna River from Pennsylvania's capital city was a Scotch-Irish frontier. Over time, the picturesque Cumberland Valley turned into a congested suburb, where developers squeezed neighborhoods and office parks between the, and I couldn't say this word, Condogueniquet, Creek's many bends. Today, Cumberland is the state's wealthiest county outside of Pittsburgh and Philadelphia regions. It's also the state's fastest growing county. Transient professionals move here now for low taxes, excellent schools, and relatively affordable new homes. They're living in what remains of the heart of South Central Pennsylvania's Republican territory. In 2016, Trump won Cumberland by 22,000 votes. astounding victory.
Now, I'd like to cut in there for a minute on a slightly different topic, but earlier we were talking about how Virginia has been called for Joe Biden. I'm not going to actually call that yet, mostly because they say that they have less than one, or they have 1% of the votes counted, and currently Trump has a 10,000 vote lead.
Yeah, and that's a kind of a problem with these sorts of things, is that what they're doing, they're looking at which counties are reporting. So, in other words, if Donald Trump is underperforming in certain areas, they are going to say, in this area, this area, this area, Biden's going to definitely take that. So that doesn't even need to be counted yet. We know Biden's going to take those areas. He's going to get, he's going to get it by so many votes. But that's an astounding difference right there. That's roughly 30% to 70%, 70% for Donald Trump, and they're calling it
For Biden.
Oh wait, where are you? Oh, Virginia. Okay.
Virginia.
Yeah, and they're calling it for Biden. Now, Virginia has been really historically very Republican. However, a large influx of more Democratic, liberal people have moved into Virginia of late, mostly because Maryland has become so oppressive in their tax. Maryland is mostly liberal Democrats running that state. They've become so oppressive on their taxes and their housing prices and whatnot have gone sky high. A lot of people moved down into Virginia, people that needed to be connected to Washington, D.C. And so what we've been seeing is Virginia slowly turning more and more red more and more blue over time, and that's probably why they're calling it. They don't think they're probably seeing a lot of rural stuff coming in now, so it's showing it. Let's see here. There's the county map right there.
So this is the county map. It looks like. Can I just take? Yeah, haha.
Sweet, that's nice.
Yeah, Fox News. You have my favorite so far out of all of the election maps. So it looks like.
You're looking at Carolinas.
You're right. I am looking at the Carolinas. Wait, hold on.
Just up to the top. There you go.
There we go. Finally.
See that?
So, yeah, it looks like you're right. It looks like it's a lot of rural areas, rural areas.
You see right over there by Washington, D.C.
There's a
heavily
couple, yeah.
populated area going blue, whereas most of those rural areas are all going to remain red. But they're not going to have the numbers to overcome those areas that are heavily heavily populated. And this is the big reason why we want a electoral college and not popular vote. With a popular vote, very heavily populated areas are going to just stomp all over the rest of the population. And so rural states will just not have any say whatsoever. So that, you know.
So now I'm going to pull our attention over to Florida, right? Because right now, let me see the exact numbers. Florida is very close to a 50-50 split, with about 60% of their votes counted, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have a lot of the counties seem to be leaning red right now. Are you gonna get me some more water?
Yep.
All right, then I'll take it from here. So it looks like a lot of the counties are leaning red in numbers wise, but probably some of the bigger counties are leaning blue. You have Orange County and Miami County. Now the interesting thing about Miami County here is that you can see it's not really leaning that blue. It has a Biden edge, but only about 100,000 votes. Miami's a very liberal area, so it's a little shocking that they haven't gone harder Biden. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. I think that it could definitely go either way. And Biden still has a lead statewide. So if he can just keep that lead in for the other half of the votes being counted, then he'll take Florida, and that'll make it very, very hard for Trump to win. Looking at Georgia's another interesting county. it looks like they've hardly even begun counting their votes. So many counties, they say they're reporting 4% in, whereas Florida is reporting 60. It always amazes me that you have two different states that are completely they're completely. Hold on, sorry. You have two different states that close their polls at the exact same time, and yet for one of them, they're counting their votes extremely fast, like in Florida, where we already have over half of the vote counted, and then you have Georgia that has barely started. It looks like Virginia is still okay. So West Virginia just got called for Trump. I don't know why, except for the fact that it's a Republican state. Let me see if I can pull up. Literally none of the counties seem to have submitted any of their... Okay, so they're running 2016 stuff. None of the counties in West... Okay, so look at this. Oh, thank you. West Virginia was just called for Trump by Fox News. They have not counted a single vote. So I'm not exactly sure how that happened.
Huh. Yeah,
I mean, I think that it likely will go for Trump in the end. It's West Virginia. But I'm kind of questioning their calls. Let's jump to a different one. Not that one. This one. I also liked this map. So this is what Huffington Post is saying. They also have called West Virginia for Trump, even though they haven't gotten any of the... Okay, so let's look to see if something happened in the news. I'm going to switch this over to this view because I don't have an article here, but we're going to try to see why this happened. Oh, what'd you do? Oh, you paused it.
About 2.5 votes there, so we'll see whether or not the president can cut that gap.
we're looking at a county breakdown of Georgia right
You
now.
guys also mentioned that Ohio closed.
That makes sense.
We can go to the Buckeye State. We'll see what's happening here. Well, that's what you got. All right, there's not a lot of data coming in from Ohio. Part of the reason that could be state law allows this total advance early 3.4 million early votes cast, but they could not start processing them in Ohio until
All right.
today.
So it looks like the Associated Press called the West Virginia for Trump, which means that they must have had overwhelmingly massive exit polls or something similar.
Yeah, and here's the problem with exit polls too. And even though this is calling it for my guy, here's the problem with exit polls is that they often can be very, very wrong. We've seen that numerous times in old presidential elections, going all the way back to Gore and Bush, where the exit polling was terribly off. Donald Trump's first election, exit polls were crazy off, and totally shocked the nation.
So, moving over to our prediction map here, it looks. I took Florida off because honestly, I'm not sure what's going on there, but it could really go either way still. But it looks like. Oh, is there? I can if my.
We're getting circular messages telling us to look at the chat.
If my beloved aunt is telling me to look
at the chat up for a little bit there.
Good evening. We can't hear Steve. You can't hear him. Oh. You see, we had this problem earlier tonight. Okay, that must have been a really awkward show then. You sat on it and turned it off.
Testing 1, 2, 3. No, I'm not.
Hold on, let me check to make sure you're connected. It appears that Dad's receiver stopped receiving.
It's because the thing got turned off.
It got turned off for so long. it
Now
must
I'm on. Now I'm
have-
on.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Holy moly! I've been over here just yakking away at nothing.
Yeah, they've been hearing you probably a little bit through mine. But anyway. All right. So here I am just politely waiting for him to stop, and no one can even hear what he's saying. All right. Anyway, let's take a look at the map again. I got to remember what I was talking about. Where is my map? There it is. Okay, move that right over here. All right, so yeah, Florida could go either way, really. I don't really. It looks like Biden probably is going to go into tonight with a lead. Not sure how much though. So
Well, I mean, they've been anticipating that Biden was going to take this all along, so they're anticipating him to have a lead.
It's true.
So, and here's the deal: he goes into a lead automatically. California will never go red. Okay, I wish it be true. It ain't gonna be true. Okay, the tail wags the dog in California. L.A. and San Francisco take California into the blue all the time. Well, L.A., San Francisco, and Sacramento. Oregon and Washington have now tipped over into far blue territory, and it'll be hard to tip them any other direction. So he will always take those three states. He will always take Hawaii. Okay. Well, actually, Democrats will always take Hawaii.
I would like to point out, I think that if any blue states go red this year, it's going to be Hawaii, and this is my justification for this.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
no.
So it sounds crazy because it's Hawaii. Hawaii has always gone blue, but Hawaii also is mainly a tourism state. Basically, the entire state's economy is built on tourism. They don't have a lot of industry. So what's happened is that Democrat leadership in across the nation has basically shut everything down, right?
True.
Now that's going to be, that's going to be really bad for Hawaii's economy. I think that it's very possible that, depending on how badly the COVID-19 shutdowns have affected them, Hawaii may decide to go red or more red.
I think that.
At any rate,
I think that normally you would be correct. However, what the Biden camp has successfully done is convinced America that COVID is all Donald Trump's fault. That to me is so ridiculous it's not funny. And I don't care what political stripe you are. You have to understand that across America, the health care continuum is separated into thousands and thousands of pieces that are not cooperating with each other. They never do cooperate with each other. Every county has its own county, I forget what they call it. I forget, I'm blanking on the name. But anyway, every county runs its own health system through their county services. Okay, so that means that every single county and every single state can run things differently. Now, what we've seen throughout the country is that the governors have kind of taken the bull by the horns through executive orders. Whether you agree with that or don't agree with that, the governors have gone in there and said, we are definitely going to change the policy through executive order, and they have taken that. Now that works and doesn't work in many ways, because in a state as large as California, what works really well in LA doesn't necessarily work very well up in Siskiyou County, or Tuolumne County, or any of these El Dorado, Calaveras. Those counties don't need to be locked down quite as much as LA County would be, or Orange County, San Francisco County. Now then, on top of that, what the Democrats argue is that And he was told very clearly by the state governors, butt out, this is our business. I absolutely totally remember that. He was told to leave it to them. And so he stepped back and he allowed the state governors to run their own policy for their states. But again, the problem is that real actual policy is down at the county level, and only the higher levels, the higher tiers on that, only kind of almost get in the way, depending upon what county you're in. So when the people in Hawaii may be upset about their shutdown, however, they're going to be upset at Trump about it because the Democrats have very, very effectively argued that it's all Trump's fault. And I think that's what you're going to see.
That's probably a fairly accurate representation. So moving back to Florida, because that's super interesting for me right now. Florida at about 75% of the vote, so 3/4 of the vote has been counted, and it looks like Joe Biden still has about a 100,000-point lead on Trump. So over the last roughly 25% of the vote, he lost 100,000 votes, but he could still very well pull out a win in Florida, I think.
Trump?
Both of them.
Oh.
Either of them.
Yeah, it's going to be neck and neck, and Florida is always neck and neck. One thing, and maybe I'm wrong, but I thought the Panhandle was on a different time zone than.
I believe it is. If you see here.
The problem is that Panhandle gets to vote. Their polls don't close until the end, and oftentimes Florida gets decided by the Panhandle, essentially, which is, by the way, heavily Republican.
That's fair. So Florida could, right now, as you can see, Panhandle over here hasn't counted their votes. So I believe their votes will be closing in about 15 minutes here. So they'll start counting their stuff up. Hopefully that'll be fairly swift. Georgia.
Lost
She
me
lost.
again?
Huh.
Oh, you know what? I think my batteries are dying.
Oh, that could be it. The other night we were using the lav mics for Halloween, so I had to replace the batteries on one of the sets. I suppose that means that I got the set that I was using on Halloween. Or perhaps he got the one that I used for 3 hours straight on Halloween. Quick tip, if you're ever using lav mics, replace the batteries before you start. It's going to be a long night, so I bet mine will die later. Anyway, so in Georgia, it appears that we are still seeing a... Please. So I'm going to have to move this here because it's a little cumbersome. But all right, let's see. So in Georgia, we've got that's pretty neck and neck, but only 6% reporting in. It looks like it just went to Donald Trump lead, so it's been Joe Biden lead up until now. It's Trump again. Not Trump again. It's now Trump. So that puts North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia in the potentially going for Trump category. That doesn't particularly, I'm going to actually give him a minute to get his thing set up again, so then I'll ask him to respond.
Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I think I'm live now.
All right.
Check your battery level, by the way.
It appears that I have a full battery charge.
Okay.
So, anyway. Looks like both Carolinas and Georgia are now Trump leads.
Okay. Oh, Georgia, Trump lead. Okay, that's good news.
Well,
Trump needs Georgia.
narrow.
He absolutely. How many?
1,000.
No.
Oh.
Your mouse is right over 16 electoral college votes.
So, oh yeah, I think the pundits are saying that if he doesn't win Georgia, he is going to have a very hard time at winning the rest of the election. I think that's a lot because the West is sort of in this state of like, yeah, we have to vote, but most of your swing states happen in your eastern Midwest area. So so a lot of them are going to decide the election, and then like we know what Texas is going to do. We know what California is going to do. Most of the Midwest, we know what they're going to do, or they only have 3 votes, and so they're not particularly influential in the election.
Lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
All right.
Don't be rude.
He really wanted the soundboard, so I relented and let him have a soundboard.
You are fake news.
Anyway.
All right, let me see here. That's terrible.
Right now, he's trying to find some fun memes to put up on the screen.
I wish I could flick them over to that computer. That'd be easier.
Just email them or something. So this was an article put out by Vox, and we're going to go through it here because I think it's interesting. This article is talking about essentially what different states are going to need, or different ways that the candidates could win. They call this the, what was it? Just how either could win the full 270 votes. So the first is a Trump win. Basically, if he keeps both Carolinas and Georgia and takes Florida, which, like you said, looks kind of likely how things are going right now, he can lose this entire northern part of what is this? Northern New England?
It's New England, yeah.
So he can lose pretty much the entirety of New England and be fine, which is good because he's going to lose all of New England. There's pretty much
It
no
looks
chance.
it looks like according to that, they think that he's going to take some of Maine, and that's not uncommon.
Well, Maine splits their vote, so usually, because very few of these states are like even California is solid blue, but actually, if you look at the numbers, it's more like what 60% Democrat and 40% Republican. So enough to get the vote, but if you were to split those electoral votes, you'd see a much different outcome, I think. Right now, this is actually looking like a fairly probable outcome if he maintains his leads in the Carolinas and Georgia. If he loses that, though, he's not going to be able to.
Oh, yeah, he's toast.
Yeah. So the next thing they have is a narrow Biden win. Biden would take it by 1 vote. And that is basically this, but Biden wins Florida. Yeah, they seem to be identical maps, except in this one, Biden has won Florida. But that's looking less likely as we go on. In fact, I'm going to jump back over here and see where we are in Florida. Biden has a less than 1,000 vote lead. So he's slowing down pretty quickly.
And again, he was so slow in Miami-Dade and Orange as far as mail-in returns that it scared him. It caused him. Remember, Biden put a lid on his whole campaign, like early on. Oh, here. They got freaked out. They sent Biden down there. They sent Obama a couple times. They sent Kamala. Oh, wait a minute. It wasn't Kamala down there.
She used a body double.
She sent a body double down to Florida to check out to garner votes, and got called out by Laura Loomer, who, by the way, Republican in the Palm Beach County area. And the polls are swinging strongly for Laura Loomer in Palm Beach, which is generally, again, more of a Democrat area, and she is probably going to take it away from Lois Frankel. Lois Frankel has been really sitting on her laurels for a very long time. Laura Loomer has been out there and actively campaigning like crazy.
Yeah, I can't find any. I don't really know even where to look for a live total of Palm Beach County's.
No, they won't. They won't really have that right away. What they will probably do.
What is she running for? Is she for House?
She's House.
Okay, actually, I think I might be able to pull up that if I go
Yeah,
to House.
Real Clear Politics sometimes has that too.
It looks like right now in the House, which we should be checking these other things too, because
Oh, that's true.
House and Senate are almost more important than the president themselves. We've seen in Bill Clinton how a president can be completely kneecapped by a hostile Congress. So let's look at. We want to go to the state of Florida because I kind of like Laura Loomer. I think she's kind of a cool lady, and I want to know exactly how she's doing. So it looks like Florida House race.
I don't know, I'm trying to figure out which
Which district is she running in?
district she's in. Oh, there we go. She's in District 20.
District 20. District 20.
Oh, no, that's not right. District 21.
21 is still up in the air, according to this. 20 was called for the Democrats, so I was about to,
Yeah.
offer my.
It is. Frankel currently leads with 63.5% of the vote to Loomer's 34.8, but they only have 4% of the county reporting, so that they are not calling that, even though that looks like a commanding lead, because so much of the county is not included in that. But last I heard, the polls were really, really good on for Loomer.
So anyway, let's jump back to the Vox article. This next one here is another. No, this is. So this next one here is another Biden win, and it looks like. I honestly can't tell exactly what they're saying. If Biden takes Michigan, it's a little hard to tell the difference between these maps, honestly. This one's an interesting one. This is the Electoral College tie. So they're saying that this is actually a real possibility. I don't know that Biden is going to win Arizona. And I've seen a lot of people say that Biden could win Arizona. I really don't think Biden could win Arizona. In fact, I'm actually a little hesitant to say that Biden will win Nevada, but honestly, there's so few people there. Who knows who's going to win Nevada? What do you think, though, on that?
As far as Nevada goes,
Yeah.
actually, I think it's strong possibility that Trump could take it. It's probably going to go to Biden, but Trump could actually take Nevada.
I actually meant more about Arizona, though.
Arizona, Trump's going to take Arizona.
You think Trump's going to? Okay.
I do. I think
So-
he's again. It's another one of those things where he's had a very strong ground game. He knew that this was a state that he really, really wanted to have, and so he has really worked hard to maintain that.
So let's go over to our predictions map, and we're just gonna, predict out. We think that Arizona is probably gonna go Trump. I'm gonna put Nevada in the Democrat side right now. I think that's probably more likely.
Okay.
Florida, I'm thinking Republicans are gonna take Florida. I think that's a very good possibility. Alabama, we don't even need to count Alabama's votes. It's gonna go Republican.
It's going to go Republican.
We know that.
Mm-hmm.
Arkansas, Oklahoma, Kansas, probably Missouri. Missouri could go Democrat, I suppose.
Let me see here.
St. Louis is pretty influential. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. I'm thinking it's more in Trump's territory.
Okay. So I don't really know what Maine's going to do, but they only have 4 votes, so I'm not concerned. Massachusetts is going to go to Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Rhode Island is going to go to Biden.
Oh,
Connecticut is going to go to Biden. New Jersey, probably Biden.
Yeah, in Maryland, definitely go Biden.
That's what is that, DE?
Rhode Island.
No, Rhode Island is RI. So that's Maryland.
Oh, no.
Delaware.
Delaware.
Which is probably also going to go Biden. D.C. will probably go Biden. So that takes Biden out to 200 votes right there, and Trump at 163. I could probably fill in more of these. Like, I don't think. Do you have any qualms? With
Iowa's
those?
been going strong with Trump. Actually, Iowa just flipped over the last 3 days. And who knows? You know, with the mail-in ballots, of course, they've already been cast, so that can't be. You know, there's no way to say that this last 3 days flip was enough to help Trump out there. But if you know what you basically saw is all the polls tighten very much so, and so I think Iowa is probably going to go Trump. If the final polls were more accurate, and that's what I think personally. I think that early polls are often wildly inaccurate, but as the race gets closer and closer to the end, all the pollsters try to make sure that their polls get super accurate because they don't want to be the one that's saying, "Oh yeah, well, you know, this Biden wins it by a mile, and then Trump wins it," and they look like fools. Looks like we got the next polls closing in 1 minute.
Right.
This is where we're going to see Florida called, I think, because this is when the Panhandle is going to close. And the Panhandle closes, then they're going to be able to say what happened with Trump.
Oh, actually, and looking back at it, looks like Trump just overtook Biden, only by 10,000 votes. So by no means a winning lead, and it looks like Biden took Georgia back, but only by like 12,000 votes. So, and they've only got 10% in. So we're up in the air, and it is 6 o'clock. So now the next set of polls have closed, and whoa, they just called a whole bunch of places.
Okay, yeah.
So it looks like Mississippi, Alabama, Oklahoma, Missouri, Kentucky, West Virginia. Oh, but we already said those two. Those are all Trump. Actually, I'll just put this up on the map. What am I doing? All right. So now it looks like Oklahoma, Missouri, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama. These all just got called for Trump. Illinois got called for Biden. That's not surprising. We kind of assumed the thing. Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, and Maine tentatively. Although, like they said, they split their votes, so that could end up looking weird. All of these people have gone for Biden.
The New York Times is now saying that it is very likely that Trump will win Florida. And that's mostly because, like I said, that Panhandle is going to really just show it. What it'll do is it'll add enough votes onto Trump's side that it'll overcome the very weak showing that Biden had in Orange and West Palm Beach and Miami-Dade.
Looks like another vote just got called for Biden in Maine. So he now has 91 electoral votes, and Trump has 56. So Biden is taking an early lead tonight. Looks like Texas is going tentatively red. I think that if Texas wasn't so big and so influential, it would be one of these that just gets called immediately.
So I want to talk a little bit about the polls that we've seen. We have seen some real interesting polls. Let me say. I mean, Biden up by double digits throughout this race, and with commanding electoral college victories until probably just the last week. We've seen this major showing for Biden, and to me, it's been completely incomprehensible because I just don't see that excitement for it. Trafalgar Group, which called the 2016 election win. Everybody else said it was definitely going to be Hillary. The Trafalgar Group has given their call on this, and this is their final electoral map prediction. They believe Trump's going to eke out 300 electoral college votes and Biden at 235, giving Trump the victory. Now, they've been saying that Trump's going to win this for the past couple weeks. And the way that they're different than all the other pollsters, all the other pollsters look at a couple of things. They want to know, are you a likely voter? And if you're a likely voter, are you a voter that are we getting enough light on us?
I don't think we are. I think it's time to turn on the lights in
Okay.
here.
Can you flick?
I'll flick.
If you are a likely voter, who are you going to vote for? Okay. Travalvo Group feels that there is actually a different way of looking at this. And it's not so much who is the person being polled going to vote for, but who do they believe their circle of friends are going to vote for? And they actually got startlingly different results on that. And on that, they say that most people say their circle of friends are going to vote for Trump, and they're going to go for Biden. Now, when they did the math, it was very apparent that Trump was
Or premium gas products.
ahead. How come? Because
We need an
what
apartment.
they did was call the twin system. They also called the 2022
Make sure you eat my charcuterie.
heat wave that crashed across America and put the Dems back in power with the House of Representatives. And then they also called a number of different elections across Europe. So they've had a this particular way of polling has been very, very good for them. And so they are currently calling this election for Trump. So we'll see if they're right. 303 is about where I stood this morning when I looked at it.
All right, so going back to the map, because I find this map fascinating. First off, I'd like to point out that while Fox News has called a lot of places, it looks like 270 has only called about 4. So they're still in the same place, and that's fine.
Again, I'm going to have a problem with the media because if they call this, if they give Biden 270 electoral college votes, the Biden camp has already said they're going to claim victory, and I don't think that should happen. It wasn't long ago that they were saying that Trump can't call victory for tonight, and in fact, many media places have said that they're not going to. If Trump does do a victory speech tonight, they're not going to cover it. So, yeah, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. They should not be allowed. If they don't want to call this election tonight, that's fine. You don't have to call the election. But if they call it for Biden, Biden's team has already said that they're going to go ahead and claim victory. It's not going to be a victory, realistically. I think this thing's going to court. But
So looking here, we've got the 3 states that I'm really focused on at the moment seem to be lagging on their counting. But it looks like Trump is currently in the lead on all of them. Although I'll note that over the last statement that you made, Georgia flipped from for Trump to for Biden, then back to for Trump. So God knows what's going on there. We'll see how that turns out. Florida is looking more solid Trump.
Your organization is terrible.
Anyway, it looks like essentially what we've seen in Florida over the night, and so I think this trend will probably continue, and I think that Florida is going to go to Trump. Biden started out with about a 300,000 vote lead and slowly lost that lead, and Trump is now at almost a 100,000 point lead. So I think that Trump's going to take Florida. I think that one can be called. It's 83% in. So, like, if they just uncover, huge satchels of Biden votes, I suppose Biden could take it. But I think in all likeliness, Florida is going to go for Trump. And look, Georgia is just flipped back for Biden. So.
yeah, but if you look at the county map on Georgia, it's just the ocean of red.
Yeah, it really. Well, yeah.
Yeah, it really is. You're going to get the major population centers. It's the California situation. The major population centers is the tail wagging the dog.
But Georgia only has 10% of the vote in, so this could look drastically different as the night progresses. Now, in Texas, this is kind of interesting. Joe Biden has about a 200,000 vote lead. That's not very much in Texas, but
But
and it,
look at what's look at the
yeah,
Harris
unsurprisingly, it's Harris County that's gotten him
You got-
almost his entire vote.
yeah, like 3 whole counties being counted there.
Yeah. So we'll see how Texas goes for the rest of the night. I think it's going to go red. Let's be honest, it's Texas.
Look at
Um,
Ohio though.
Ohio. Ohio's an interesting one. Okay, so it looks like currently Biden actually has a 400,000 vote lead, which is a pretty substantial lead.
But look at the county map. there.
Once again,
So again, the thing is that the population centers generally tend to lean Democrat, and the more rural areas tend to lean Republican.
now Ohio has about 35% of the vote in, if I'm reading that correctly. It's a little small. So that could change.
I think it will ultimately. I think that Biden did himself in by going against fracking. A lot of these states really a lot of these states just rely on fracking for their livelihoods, and you're going to put literally hundreds of thousands of people out of work by banning fracking. Who, me again?
Huh.
Are we both out? No.
No, I'm in. I wonder if this is losing battery.
Oh shoot! I'm such a dingbat. Be right back.
All right, he'll be back in a minute. I swear, it wasn't supposed to be like this. Let's talk votes. It looks like Ohio and Michigan is also leaning Joe Biden, but like there's only 30,000 votes counted in the entire state, so that means nothing. Pennsylvania has 60,000 votes, and Biden is taking a huge lead, but also it's 60,000 votes. It means nothing. Looks like New Hampshire is 20,000 votes. Pretty meaningless, but that's going to go Biden. Like, New Hampshire is not going to go for Trump. Let's not kid ourselves or anything. I think that it's only going to be a Biden win. Yeah, Florida is still not called, although really, at this point, it should be. I'm kind of interested in Arkansas. I think Arkansas will probably go Republican in the end. I'm interested to see how Louisiana goes. I think it's got a good chance of going Republican. I think that, what was it? Vox here on pretty much all of their maps has it going Republican. So, like, it probably will go Republican. But I'll be interested to see that happen in real time. Let's go back to our predictive map. I'm going to plug these Republican, because that's probably where they're going to go. Let's just see what happens if Trump loses Ohio and Michigan. It's going to get a lot harder. We're going to just give all of those votes to Biden, because even though, like, technically Trump could get one vote, I don't think he... no, he'll probably get one vote. So if he loses that, let's say he loses Colorado too, because I see that a number of people are saying he might lose Colorado. I don't know how likely that is, but let's say that he does, and he loses there. He'll win there. Yeah, then Pennsylvania will probably... So, yeah, if Pennsylvania... Not really. So if in this sort of simulation that I've got here running...
Testing. Testing. Okay, I'm back on.
All right, hopefully this is the last time we lose it. Yeah, so if in this little experiment that I ran, this plays out, and Trump loses Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania to Biden, and Trump loses, that actually isn't very surprising, though. But let's go back over here.
Did you want to
Because
make
right now
that
these
stuff, honey?
three seem to be leaning towards Biden, so that was kind of the point
Yeah,
of
I
that
know.
experiment. Kansas is leaning towards Biden, which is surprising with 20% of the vote in.
Okay.
It looks like Biden actually has He's a 50,000 vote lead, so that's something that could
No, Rusty.
very easily turn around. Texas. Wow, Trump closed that gap really quickly. So right now, Biden is leading by 100,000 votes in Texas. So that means that Biden is not going to be leading in Texas for very much longer,
Nope.
I don't think. Do you want to take over for a minute? I'm going to grab.
Sure. Well, we'll move on over to the board here. Uh-oh. Let me see. Am I still? Yeah. Just lost my mic. All righty. Let me see here. Oh, I'm on the browser. There we go. Dum-da-dum-da-dum-da-dum. What I want to see. Go here and go 2020. Bam. All right, let's take a look here. Hopefully I don't do anything that... If I am elected, I can assure you that all resistance to my administration's leftist policies will be futile. That's pretty good. Uh-oh. Can't see that too well. Let me... boom. There we go. Oh, I like this one there. Well, actually, there's a really good one here. So, 2020 presidential debate, Donald Trump and Joe Biden, and then the moderator. Joe Biden, coherent answers, clipping coupons in the stock market. So, let's see here. See if there's any really good ones. I don't care about that. If 2020 was a presidential election. Okay, yeah, okay. I'll give you that. That's not bad. Oh man, I got stuff coming up on my monitor. It's driving me nuts. This is the worst thing that Microsoft ever did to their systems. Put up these pop-ups all the time. And definitely, there are no signs of intelligent life. Trump, I learn a lot watching TV. Yeah. So do the meme wars. Okay, let me switch to. Oh, I need to go over here. Overall camera. I think
the BLM message is a mixed blessing. It doesn't appeal to all voters in the same way, and it turns some off, and some of those are Hispanic voters. But we'll figure it out in the coming weeks. But the obvious lesson is this is not what people predicted this morning.
I don't know. Oh, you can't really see my TV that well anymore on this. It's a little too bright. That's a bummer. So my he
Blue wave. This was going to be an open. No, we don't know. It's 8/18. We don't know the outcome. And so it does tell you.
So anyway, what he's basically talking about is the polls and how we get the polls wrong, and why we get the polls wrong. And I think that overall, polls have turned into a way of manipulating public opinion, and that's the big problem with how we do polls currently. We have a bunch of people out there that are definitely trying to direct the way you vote, and they're doing it through media stories and through polls. As the race gets closer to the end, everybody tightens up, and the reason why they tighten up because they don't want to be embarrassed by the polls that they're putting out. But overall, I think that the polls are not very good to watch. I think that what's probably better to watch is what the candidates themselves are saying, and how you are going to vote as a result of that. Not how are you going to vote compared to all the other people out there that are voting. So we got. Just kind of listen to what he has to say about the polls. And that's another thing I think the polls got really wrong. They didn't realize is that Trump was doing really, really well with Hispanic voters and black voters, more so than what they thought he was going to do. Who's that?
They're asking who's talking back to you.
Oh, no, I don't have anybody talking back to me. I'm just basically, I was listening to Tucker Carlson on his analysis on the polls and about how the polls are just totally wrong. We're seeing it, guys. The polls are completely wrong. They didn't call this race right, and we're starting to see that result. Biden was supposed to take Florida. He was supposed to handily take Florida.
Oh, sorry, Mom.
It's not happening. Florida's definitely going towards Trump. And is this little map up here? I'm not even sure what I'm broadcasting anymore. Am I broadcasting this one or broadcasting that one?
You're broadcasting whatever is in this.
Okay, good. So is this their calls?
This
Is
call
270 to win?
270 to win's calls.
Okay, so they're calling Florida currently for Trump, and that's really where it should be. Let me get up and let you get back on your chair.
Yes. And Mom says make sure that you have some of this because she put a lot of effort into it.
I definitely want to get. I want to get some. I'm dying to get some, but I need a Diet Coke too.
He has a problem. All right. So now, I don't know exactly what's going on, so I'm going to look at the map myself. All right. So somehow Biden still has a lead. I've got to see who this
Yeah.
is. Okay, Harris County, Williamson County, and Dallas County. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Surprising no one.
I got you.
Biden
Got one
is
already
taking big
open.
cities in Texas. So we'll see how that plays out. I'm really surprised that Fox hasn't called Florida.
Oh, good.
South Carolina looks like it finally went back to Biden. It's been a while. They are literally the difference though is less than 1,000 votes. So
Yeah.
What's this right here?
meaningless.
That's caramelized onion dip.
Oh, okay. I'll take that.
Georgia is looking more and more Trump, but again, 18% of the vote is in, so it doesn't matter. Things can change drastically. Michigan flipped red. 3% of the vote is in, so meaningless. But the interesting thing is Virginia is now at 30% of their vote counted, and Trump still has a lead in Virginia. Now, pretty much all night we've been saying Virginia is going to go for Biden, right?
Yeah.
But I was just saying this. 30% of their vote is in, and Trump is still winning.
That's really going to be good for Trump. He needs those votes. That's a
He
good
can-
13 electoral house votes for him.
Yeah, let's
Oh,
go
I never
back-
did get my Diet Coke.
Let's go back over to our.
You can turn that
Let's
on
go
like
back
low
over
if you
here.
want. It won't. Okay.
I don't want to move that. I want to move this. Like there. Great. So, let's say that Trump takes Virginia. That's going to set Biden back a bit. Let's say Trump takes Michigan, because right now he's leading there. And I think that he probably will take Michigan. Really, if this is our spread, it's a big toss-up. Really comes down to these three. And I think this is probably a very likely spread. I'll ask him when he comes back.
What's that?
I want you to know, how realistic do you find this spread, this particular outcome to the election? Biden taking much of, pretty much all of New England and the Western Seaboard, and Trump taking most of the Midwest. These are fairly
expected.
standard things. Then Ohio maybe going Democrat. Michigan looks like right now they're going to go Republican. Then I guess the only three that I honestly don't know which way they'll go because they're still neck and neck.
Is this something like you're looking at?
This is something that I'm making.
Okay.
So this is
So,
sort of a
what-
project of mine.
You're pretty optimistic on Biden on Ohio. I really don't think Ohio is going to end up going for Biden.
Okay.
But
I mean, if Ohio goes for Trump,
Trump gets very, very close.
yeah,
Now,
Biden could still win if he takes all three of these. He's not going to take all three, though. Each one of them is at neck and neck.
yeah.
Probability itself states that one of them is going to go for Trump.
Oh,
So
so
let's
you're giving Biden Pennsylvania.
You don't think Biden's going to take Pennsylvania?
I think that the Pennsylvania government wants Biden to take Pennsylvania, but is it really gonna?
Right now, with 4% of the vote, Biden has
A commanding lead.
a commanding lead, but that's 4% of the vote, so it's pretty meaningless.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say that he takes Pennsylvania just because Pennsylvania isn't going to let themselves be called for Trump tonight. So I'm just going to pretend like they're going to go for Biden
Okay.
and see how Trump wins besides that, or how Trump loses.
Sure.
I want Pennsylvania to feel insignificant. That's essentially it.
There you go.
Yep. Don't be rude.
So anyway,
Oh, I forgot to get any crackers.
this scenario here is how Pennsylvania government decides that they're going to be jerks about this whole thing and accomplishes nothing. This scenario can also play out like this, like this, like this, or like this. In any event, Pennsylvania decides that they're going to play dirty with politics and still accomplishes nothing.
Yeah.
Let's give us a new map, though. This is the 2020 consensus saying Biden's going to win. Now, one of the things is I see a lot of people giving New Mexico to Biden. What do you feel about that?
It often goes Democrat. So,
Does it?
Mhm.
Okay.
You wouldn't think so, but
I really would. It surprises me that Colorado and New Mexico seem to go Democrat. They seem to be
no,
solidly.
Colorado's been going Democrat for a while. Again, it's Denver, and some of the more Hollywoodified areas of Colorado that swing in all the rural areas into the blue.
That makes sense. Now, this seems to give Michigan and Wyoming to Biden. I think that's a little optimistic, though.
Yeah. Trump's going to take one or both of those.
I think he'll probably take. I think Trump is almost guaranteed to take Wisconsin. I think he's very likely to take Michigan. but I don't really see Trump not taking Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Right now, Wisconsin has not. Oh, their polls are still open. Okay.
Yeah.
So these guys, their polls are still open too. Their polls are also open. They're going to be closing in half an hour. But we know where they're going to go.
Yeah.
Anyway. So is that what Real Clear Politics is predicting right now?
No, this is this is a prediction map, yeah, based on all the polls. And of course, they were saying that Georgia was too close to call, and Florida's too close to call. Georgia might be, but Florida definitely is not showing that. Florida is the one that was really throwing the shockwaves into the Democrats. They thought they had Florida all wrapped up in a nice little package, and their weak showing in Miami-Dade has just really, really shook them to their core. It made them send a lot of people down there for to try to pick that up.
Now, with 40% of the vote in, Joe Biden has gotten about a 3,000. Probably about a 300,000 vote lead in North Carolina. So I think that it's very likely that Biden will take North Carolina. I think it could definitely turn around, but he seems to be slowly gaining ground there. So I think that will probably go for Biden. South Carolina is still neck and neck. Oh, they just called Arkansas.
Oh.
To no one's surprise, I'm kind of surprised it took them this long to call it.
There we go, Mark. Calling North Carolina. Trump is taking. It's like, yeah, looks like Biden is taking North Carolina.
Personally, I think that Biden is going to take North Carolina. Looks like Biden is still winning in Ohio. Actually, I think that Biden very well might take Ohio. It looks like 49% of the vote is in, and he currently has about a 400,000 vote lead. Pennsylvania has a commanding lead in, but only 4% of the vote is in. So
Yeah.
I'll be interested to see how Pennsylvania
I don't think
develops.
we're going to find out anything about Pennsylvania tonight.
It's true. Aunt Tam messaged you again. You should check to make sure she can hear you.
Luke is watching too. So my sister texted me. She says, if we use the bathroom, make sure we turn off our mic because they can hear everything, even though I'm not in front of the camera, which is true. I've been over there by the doggone it. I've been over by the table.
The magic of lav mics. I turned mine off when
The ice maker was really loud.
Yes, it is.
So thank you, Tam. My sister's pretty awesome. So, but I'll have to remember that about the ice maker. Let me see here. Looks like Real Clear Politics is updating themselves, but they haven't really called a whole lot. So
Let's see what 27 to win says by flipping over to our. So Real Clear Politics currently has Trump at 90 electoral votes and Biden at 63. Unsurprisingly, all of these electoral votes are well. They called Florida.
yeah.
So the next polls are going to be closing in half an hour here. It depends on who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Fox hasn't called Florida, but they should. At this point, Florida is pretty in the bag for Trump.
Yeah, Fox has Florida mostly leaning toward Trump, and they also have Georgia leaning towards Trump and South Carolina leaning towards Trump in the current vote totals.
Trump has a lead in Georgia. Like, I'm not even going to call what he has in South Carolina a lead. It's less than 100,000 votes. Trump does have a lead in, well, no, in Georgia he has about 100,000 vote lead, but that's not a huge amount. North Carolina, I'm going to call North Carolina for Democrats, I think.
Mhm.
It looks like they have 50% of the vote in.
Yeah. Looks like all those little tiny states in New England are all falling toward Biden.
Looks like Trump is going to get one vote in Maine, which is not surprising.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, they frequently do split their votes.
Yeah, I actually had factored that into my prediction. One of their votes going to Trump. I think it's a pretty reasonable assumption.
Current electoral scorecard from Fox is Biden with 91 electoral college votes and Trump with 73. Still pretty early to say much about that. Let me tell you, in 2016, I was sitting here watching the election, and I sat down in my easy chair, and I was absolutely, completely convinced that our next president was going to be Hillary Clinton. I just, my guy was out of the race, so I didn't have much of a dog in the fight at the time. I wanted Ted Cruz, and anyway, so I was watching it, and I just started seeing these states that I didn't expect to tip over to Trump, and when they announced the Michigan and Wisconsin going for Trump, I was like, that's it, end of the race. She's lost, and it didn't matter. Pennsylvania didn't matter anymore. So we'll see how it all plays out. But
I'm going to say this is a pretty good lead for Trump, and pretty much what we expected for Joe Biden. Although
that's pretty good.
currently Biden still does have a lead in Texas. It's only about 100,000 votes. So if he manages to maintain that, though, he could take. Texas is 40% counted, so if he can keep that going for the next, it's 47. So for the next 50% of the vote, he'll take Texas. But it's only 100,000 votes, so I don't think that's going to happen.
So do you have Arkansas called on yours?
Let me see, what is my current, I think I started a new map. Yeah, so we're going to reset the map and create a blank map. So these are going red. Virginia is going to go blue. Let's say Pennsylvania goes blue. Let's say all of New England goes blue.
Yeah. So far, it's all going blue.
And I will say, I'll give Trump one vote in Maine because I think that's likely. Texas is going to go red. California is going to go blue.
Dan Bongino says that Alabama, Arkansas, Indiana, Kentucky, Missouri, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and West Virginia are all in Trump's category.
Tennessee, West Virginia. Okay, looks like those are all pretty much the ones that we have over here.
Okay.
That one's been called for them.
Yeah. Biden's got Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Massachusetts, Maryland, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Virginia, and Vermont. That's according to Dan Bongino from the Bongino Report.
So, over here, they haven't even started.
Was North Carolina on that list?
North Carolina, probably not.
Okay, New York Times predicts that Trump has a 58% chance of winning North Carolina.
New York Times is predicting he has a 58% chance of winning that one?
New York Times, the liberal New York Times says Trump's got a 58% chance of winning North Carolina. And here's the biggie, 86% chance Trump wins Georgia.
I definitely see that Trump
Mhm.
has a good chance of winning Georgia,
Yeah.
although very little of the vote is counted yet.
Yeah.
I don't see Trump winning North Carolina.
And they're totally throwing themselves behind Trump winning Florida. 95% chance going to Trump.
Basically, the entire vote has been counted, and it's now leaning 200,000 votes for Trump. I want to know their reasoning though on saying North Carolina is going to go for Trump, because right now it looks like 68% of the vote is in, and Biden only has 200,000 votes, but
You got to remember that they are looking at things. They are looking at not only the total number of votes, but which counties. If Biden performs weakly in a very heavily populated area where he's expected to perform strongly in, then that doesn't help him, because then the rural areas, excuse me, start pulling everything over away from him.
that's
So
true.
then there's the other thing. Then there's the exit polls. And I know I don't believe in exit polls at all.
You're a lying dog faced pony soldier.
And but they take the exit polls into account. And when they see the exit polls are going a certain direction, now in California we're not going to have exit polls. Thank you, Governor Gavin, for closing our polling places, forcing us out of our polling places. That was unforgivable. I can shop at Walmart, Stu. I can shop at Walmart. I can go to the mall. I can sit in a movie theater, but I can't vote.
Apparently not. No. So let's just quickly run and see what all of the other groups are. What all the other. Is that
I
as
got
of now?
I got to clap.
All right. So let's move this over. Actually, let's not move it over like that. Let's jump over into MSNBC,
Taking
the
off, sweetie?
periodic table of the United States of America, and see what they're saying. Right now,
Okay.
they actually seem to have called very few votes. So they've called Delaware, D.C., Massachusetts, Vermont.
New York Times.
Unsurprisingly, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana. Now, what I think is interesting is that West Virginia was called by the Associated Press, right? MSNBC has not called West Virginia, so I think they're being very cautious with what they're calling right now.
You got to put it in my finger.
They don't seem to have any opinion on Texas, which is kind of strange. I feel like that's interesting. Hold on, give me a minute. Thank you. I need a fork, though.
Pork.
Thank you.
We have crab cakes and lobster macaroni and cheese. Can I crab cakes, lobster macaroni and cheese? My wife made an amazing charcuterie board. Am I saying that right? Charcuterie board, and I've been picking at that all night long. It is far more food than we will be able to eat, but I'm willing to give it a good college try. So, yeah, I heard my brother Rick is going to be here with his wife and kids here pretty quick, and that ought to be a lot of fun. And so, what do we got? We got on the TV there. Florida and Pennsylvania races too early to call. Yeah. I'm curious as to what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. I personally think Pennsylvania is going to go Trump. He has been campaigning heavily there. He won it last time around. He has gained far more voters. The Republicans have gained quite a few voters as opposed to the Democrats, who lost quite a few voters in that state. I was going to actually look that up. Let me take a look here. So Democrats still outnumber Republicans in Pennsylvania, but the GOP has definitely closed that gap over the last year or so. In 2016, Democrats held an edge of 916,274 votes. Oh, awesome. This just popped up in my face. Get off my... Oh, well, maybe I won't be able to read that article. That's awesome. Blacked me out right in the middle of reading the article. That's really great. Let's try Fox News. Fox News won't do that to me. Pennsylvania is set to be one of the most important states deciding the 2020 presidential election. Republicans are claiming a recent bump in voter registrations for their party, and it will propel President Trump to repeat his 2016 victory, while Democrats say Pennsylvanians are excited about Joe Biden, pointing to their edge in newly registered voters. In June of this year, there were 4 million, over 4 million registered Democrats, just slightly over 4 million registered Democrats in Pennsylvania, compared to 3.3 million Republicans. Democrats' advantage was... Okay, so by April 2016, the advantage was 4 million Democrats to 3.1 million Republicans. Let's see. Okay, so that looks like a loss, though. I don't know.
All right, I should be on again. Wonderful.
Yeah, I think somebody got a typo in there. It says that Trump gained votes, but then it said that it didn't show. So anyway, basically, it was about a 900,000 voter lead in Pennsylvania. And over the past 4 years have been pared down to a 700,000 voter lead, which is kind of interesting. Certainly sounds like Pennsylvania is going to stay with the Democrats. However, Trump did take it in 4 years. So it depends on how much the Pennsylvanians have soured on Trump, I guess. Why would Pennsylvania be sour on Trump? Outside of what the Democrats have said about COVID.
Probably what the Democrats have said about COVID. That is why they would be sour on Trump.
Yeah.
Furthermore, and this was an interesting thing, in 2016, pardon me, I shouldn't talk with my mouth full, it's impolite. In 2016, you had a lot of Democrats who basically just assumed that the Hillary Clinton win was in the bag. They also didn't much like her. So both of those ideas, my candidate has got it in the bag. There's no chance that they're going to lose. They're going to win. That's a demotivating factor to vote. You don't feel the urge to go out and vote if you are gonna win. If you are guaranteed to win, you don't feel like you have to go out and vote.
Yeah.
You can let it slide. Furthermore, when you don't like a candidate very much, people didn't like Hillary Clinton at all. People don't.
It's true.
Much like I find that a lot of people don't much like Biden. I can't get that name out.
But
Biden.
you got the equal problem. There's a lot of people out there that just don't like Trump either.
It's true, but Trump only has one of those factors. And so that's kind of what I'm getting at here.
Okay.
So, in 2016, you had these two factors of people didn't like Hillary and people thought that she was definitely going to win, demotivating Democrat voters to vote. Whereas Republican voters were like, my candidate is going to lose, so I have to go out there and support them. Or my candidate has a high likelihood of losing, so I need to go out there and support them. And I think that definitely helped propel Trump to win, especially in these states that were like historic flips, like Pennsylvania. So you might see that Pennsylvania didn't really go red as much as the Democrats in Pennsylvania didn't really go out and vote that much, and this year they're going to go out and vote. It's hard to tell exactly why it went red for Trump, but it did. We'll see how it goes this year. That should give us a little insight.
So I want to give a shout out to a fairly new social media platform. It's the name is Parler. It's actually spelled Parler. I'm not getting paid by anybody to say this, but
No one would pay us to advertise for them.
no, with my maybe 3 people watching us. But anyway, I do want to shout out to Parler. They have a great platform. It really is very political right now. I hope that it branches out and becomes more than just political, but it is a place where the news is not going to be censored. It doesn't matter Republican or Democrat. They're not going to censor the news. They're going to play it as it is, and I really appreciate that. Right now, we've got the big platforms all saying, "Look, we're going to censor the president because we don't like what he says," and that should never be allowed. One thing we should never ever allow as American people is we should never allow people to silence us. I don't care what your political opinion is. You should never allow somebody to silence you. And then the second thing we should never allow is we should never allow our politicians to threaten us. And let me tell you, there's been a lot of threatening going on out there. Here in California, we get a regular steady stream of it. If you don't vote this in, we're going to cut this program. We're going to cut that program. We're going to cut the other program. And they're never cutting any of the programs they like. They're cutting the programs that are important to the folk that are out there and hardworking. And that's, we should never allow them to do that to us. So, that's my little spiel. Switch over to Parler, or at least take a look at it. And that's a vote for, are they going to call Arizona, Colorado in 9 minutes? Anyways, a vote for freedom.
In 9 minutes, the next set of polls are going to close. So that should be very interesting to see. As it stands right now, Biden has a 200,000 vote lead in Texas, a 35,000 vote lead in Kansas. North Dakota is reporting now, and they're reporting something like a 4,000 vote lead for Trump, which is meaningless. Honestly, the Kansas lead is meaningless too. Michigan is reporting something like 80,000 vote lead for Trump, which is, it's definitely something. I personally, I think that Michigan has a very high likelihood of going for Trump. Ohio is looking more and more like a Biden win by the minute. They're 50% in, and currently.
No, I think that's curious.
They have their votes 50% tallied,
Okay.
and Biden seems to have a 300,000 vote lead.
Okay.
Pennsylvania is a weird situation because on one hand they only have 7% of their vote in, so it could radically change as they get more votes in. But at the same time, Joe Biden has a 3,000 vote, almost 300,000 vote lead. So we'll see what happens with that. North Carolina. So these 3 states, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina, are kind of my focal point of interest at the moment. We'll see if that changes as the West gets called. But Georgia, you see a 200,000 vote lead for Trump. South Carolina, you see, what is that? 100,000 vote lead for Trump? No, not 100. 10,000.
10,000 lead.
10,000 vote lead for Trump, with 14% of the vote in, who knows where that's going to go.
We got less than 300,000 votes counted.
But North Carolina, New York Times can call it as Trump if they want. I don't see any way that North Carolina is 70% in, and they are going. Seems to be going pretty well for Biden. It looks like he has 200,000 vote lead. So I'm shocked that Fox hasn't called Florida yet. Let's see what the other groups are calling. I don't think that. Yeah, CBS hasn't changed since the last time we checked them. MSNBC is calling Florida too close to call.
Well,
Yeah, that's not true.
yeah, should be calling it MSDNC.
I'm surprised that more people haven't called it. Because, yeah, it's really close. But also, it's almost closed. And the only areas left to count, really, are Republican areas. Even in, okay, so I'm going to pull this up on the big screen. We're going to switch over here. I'm going to kind of give there it is. There's my cursor. Okay, so most of these counties these solid counties, they're completely counted, right?
Yep.
So,
or they're so well. I mean, there's
no, solid counties are the ones that are completely counted, and it looks like a couple of
Okay.
other ones just.
okay.
So anyway, it looks like down here in this area here, Biden should be crushing it. Okay,
Yep.
This is Miami and Palm Beach.
Mhm.
Biden should just be taking it by a landslide,
Yep.
and he's not. Okay, Biden is winning here, but by thin margins. 100,000 votes in Palm Beach County. Trump should not have gotten 300,000 votes in Palm Beach County.
If Biden would have taken Florida, this election would be over right now.
It would be. Now, here's the really, Twilight Zone freaky part. Miami-Dade County, okay?
So Fox is giving Biden a 89% probability to take North Carolina?
Yeah, North Carolina. That's the one I've been saying all night.
Okay.
It's going to go Biden. Miami-Dade County, Biden has less than 100,000 point lead.
Mm-hmm.
That's Miami.
Yeah.
Once again, Trump should not have 500,000 votes in Miami. The fact that he does is insane. And it's a testament to how badly the Biden campaign has handled Florida. So we'll see where it goes. But I think that MSNBC saying it's too close to call is completely bogus.
Florida. It is an absolute bloodbath in South Florida for the Democrats. The Hispanic voters in South Florida have absolutely revolted. Not only does it look
So
like
South Florida is just bleeding Democrat voters like crazy, according to Dan Bongino.
Well, yeah, we saw that in real time. Biden essentially has no lead in Miami. That should not be the case.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay, so this is what CNN is saying. CNN, it's kind of amazing how few places CNN and MSNBC and what's the last one that I've been checking, CBS, have called. Because they have less than 100 electoral votes on the table, whereas Fox already has over 100 electoral votes. Maybe, though, that's a testament to CNN and these other places.
Well,
Although I think that
they're being cautious. I appreciate that.
they're being cautious. I do think that Florida is decided, though. Florida's almost completely been counted, and Trump has not a massive lead, okay? I'm not going to make it out that Florida has become a Trump landslide. It hasn't.
So polls close in Arizona, Michigan, New Mexico, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. So here we go. In just 2.5 minutes, these are some crucial battleground states that are going to be closing. We're going to have a much better insight. Trump's got to take Arizona. He really does. If he takes Minnesota or Wisconsin, or not Minnesota, Michigan or Wisconsin, then he's got a clear path to victory. If he loses both of those, it becomes super tight for him. So we're going to see in just a couple minutes where those states lie.
I'm gonna get more water.
Yeah, just remember about the ice maker.
I don't need more ice.
So our connection's been much better since I hardwired it. Well, here we go. This is some news out of Pennsylvania, breaking news out of Pennsylvania. Trump leads bakery's cookie poll that predicted the past 9 elections. That's right. Several weeks ago, a reader asked if I'd seen the cookie poll from Hatboro, Pennsylvania. He said a bakery decorated cookies with the images of President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. Are they calling those? In just a minute here. At that time, 41,000 Trump cookies had been sold compared to only 1,650 Biden cookies. He pointed out that in 2016, the number of Trump cookies sold had been only slightly ahead of Hillary Clinton-themed cookies, and he says it looks like it's a good omen for the president. So we'll see. We'll see if the cookie poll works. We are at 36, 35 seconds. Let me unmute the TV, see what happens here.
We're predicting election outcomes by cookie.
Okay.
Of these are considered crucial battlegrounds for whoever will win the White House. Let's start tonight with Arizona, a state that could make or break President Trump's bid for a second term. Although the president spent the last 8 months trailing Joe Biden in Arizona's pre-election polls, he did manage to close that gap in the campaign's final days. Still, as of this moment, our decision desk has no decision to announce.
Okay, nothing on Arizona yet.
Nor can we make a call in Texas. Democrats have been Texas blue for several presidential
I think that's ridiculous. I'm sure
tonight would obviously be devastating to Trump's campaign.
it's real close, though, so far.
They can pull that out.
I'm kind of impressed that Texas has stayed so close so far. But Biden is not doing a very good job at maintaining his 100,000 point lead. He's lost about 20,000 off of his lead right now. Let's mute that. All right, so let's talk about states that just got called. Colorado is blue.
No surprise.
Nebraska, this is such a cop-out. At least one electoral vote is going to go to Donald Trump. Well, yeah. What do you expect? They split their vote. Actually, they're saying that the 2 electoral votes will go to Trump. So he'll win they're expecting him to win.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, it looks like it just changed.
Okay,
there.
so he's going to get at least 3, 5, or 4, they're saying.
He
So
is
they're saying
Kansas. He's ahead. Okay, what? Louisiana.
the Dakotas went for him. Wyoming went for him. Louisiana went for him.
Okay.
These aren't surprises.
No, these are all expected.
So let's go to our map and see about updating that. Unsurprising. Did they call Kansas yet? No. I'm surprised that Kansas is still up in the air like this.
Yeah.
It's probably not a state that's going to make it. Well, 6 electoral votes could be. That's a significant
Every one of
loss.
those, every one of those is important. They're all baked into the cake.
And we're talking about an election here that isn't. This is not going to be a landslide election. I've seen some people on both sides saying that it's going to be a landslide. It's not. It's going to be, a matter of votes, individual votes. So we'll see. Currently, they still haven't called Florida, even though Trump still has 200,000 vote lead with 10% of the vote left.
Yeah, the real clear politics is not. is not enthusiastically calling many states for Biden. It looks.
I will say right
Although-
now, Biden has a lead on Trump in pure electoral votes.
Yeah, that's what they're showing here at Real Clear Politics. 122 Biden and 101 for Trump.
Real Clear Politics is saying 129 is being a little bit more optimistic for Trump then, because right now Fox has not called Florida, and at this point I think
Yeah, that's
just
another
about
30.
everyone is.
Mhm.
They've called South Carolina for Trump, which I think might be a little presumptuous. Only 10% of the vote is in, and Trump only has about 100,000.
Again, the New York Times is saying South Carolina is going to Trump. They know something we don't.
That's fair. That's fair. Right now, North Carolina. Trump could take North Carolina right now. I'm looking at this again, and Biden lost most of his lead. I think he's got just over 100,000 vote lead. I think Trump is definitely going to take Georgia. I think he's probably going to take South Carolina. I think he has a real shot at taking North Carolina. I still kind of want to put that in the Biden.
New York Times is saying North Carolina is going to go to Trump.
You see, normally I'd dismiss that, but it is the New York Times.
New York Times is not going to want to be promoting Trump for anything.
It's very true. So.
We'll see. For the Senate, let's see.
Let's say he wins these 3 states. That's going to give him a really good lead. It also looks like he's taking basically the entirety of the South. Colorado got called for Democrats, not surprising. Nebraska, what's Nebraska looking at like right now? 2 for Trump, probably 1 for Biden.
Yeah.
Or 3 for Trump, I suppose.
I bet you they all go Trump.
You think that it'll go 100% Trump?
Yeah.
I don't know. That seems a little unlikely in a state that splits their vote like that. I'm going to say 1 for Biden. Similarly, like up here in Maine. I think there's at least 1 for Trump in there.
Oh, that's Senate. I want House.
What's that?
Oh, I'm just kind of looking for the House map
Yeah,
there.
let's see. How is the Florida Laura Loomer election going?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to check in on here. Okay.
Where did I have that pulled up before?
I know. I had it pulled up myself, and
Oh, I was getting mine from Fox.
yeah.
So-
Okay. Oh, maybe that's where I was too. It was Fox.
House, and she was District 20, correct?
21, I believe.
21. House races in. Oh, let's go to the state of Florida. That's where we were. Florida. Looks like she lost her election.
Oh, they called it for
They called it for the other guy.
her. The other chick. Let me see. Where are you?
21.
21.
Lois Frankel. Yeah, it looks like they
How many? What percentage?
94 in. So
94%.
it looks like Lois
Yeah.
Frankel is what she can't make up that difference.
No, she's not going to make that up. That's a good 80,000 vote loss there.
Mhm.
That's too bad. To give you, I talked a little bit earlier about the censorship of the media, and to give you an idea, Laura Loomer had been banned on Twitter. She had been banned on Facebook, and she had gotten nothing but negative press in all the major media, and she fought really hard on her race, and basically they don't like her. She's Jewish, just like the person she was running against, but she was more pro-Israel. The woman that that apparently won, Frankel, was has been very horribly anti-Israel, and it's unfortunate. She's also been very pro the Squad, and so it's.
Speaking of the Squad, let's see how everyone's favorite
Occasional Cortex.
Yes, Ocasio-Cortez. Let's see how she's doing. Do you know what district she's in?
I have no idea. It's a New York district. I really don't.
Looks like only one has been called so far. Gregory Meeks, and he was called because
But
he wasn't running. There was no opposition.
in Nancy Pelosi's own words, this glass of water could get elected in her district if it had a D at the end of its name. so there you go. AOC is going to definitely take her seat back.
Yeah, I don't think she had a Democrat.
She did have a Democrat. She was running against Democrats, but she handily beat them, which I think was not smart on for her people, because she certainly hasn't been good for the people of New York. She cost them thousands of jobs. And,
so currently, in the Senate, the Democrats have gained one seat, which could be very good for them. But the election is far from over. So we'll see if they maintain that lead. The Democrats, I'm not sure who's going to win the presidential election, but I think that there's some compelling evidence that it might be Trump. If the Trump does win, then the Democrats really need to get a control of the Senate, because if they don't, then they're going to be powerless. Now, if they can get control of the Senate, then they can effectively stop Trump from being a president.
Yeah.
Similarly, in the House doesn't matter as much, I don't think.
I don't know. It's been quite effective at stymieing him. Remember that the House and the Senate had everybody tied up in an impeachment trial when we should have been paying attention to coronavirus.
This is true. So in our governor races, we've got 11 governors up for election. North Carolina went Democrat. Now, I'm going to say that kind of seems like an omen to me that North Carolina is going to go Democrat in the federal.
I don't know. As far as governor goes? Yeah, that's
governor is
generally your down ballot it follows the up ballot. Not always, though. Was he the incumbent?
He was the incumbent.
The power of the incumbency is really strong, and it doesn't matter that by and large your populace went for a Republican president. Yeah, they will keep their incumbents in place.
So far, it looks like almost all the incumbents are winning, except in Missouri, and this is an interesting one to me. Missouri, while projected to go for Trump in federal, is voting against the incumbent currently with 11% in, so it's not super reliable. But while projected to go for Trump in the federal, they seem to be voting the Democrat in, the challenger to the incumbent Democrat in for governor. And that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm going to be completely honest with you.
I wish some of the governors that had been really harsh on the shutdowns and stuff like that were up for re-election. That would be. I'd be interested to see that. Right now they tell us that 66% of Californians think that our governor is doing a good job on the shutdown, when meanwhile, our people are they don't have jobs. They're struggling. A lot of the open states have great, economies that are running like gangbusters. So.
Okay, so it looks like Georgia and Florida are probably both handily in Trump's pocket at this point. South Carolina could really go either way. They're still neck and neck all the way. North Carolina, Biden got a little bit of his lead back, so he could keep North Carolina. I don't know what to think of North Carolina. I'm gonna be honest. It seems a little wacky.
I think the more important thing is Ohio.
Ohio. I think
Ohio
Ohio
is
is gonna go Biden. Let's see. Let's
well,
look
as
a
of
little
right
closer.
now, you got to look a little closer there.
So
I mean-
it looks like a lot of the rural areas haven't been very much counted.
Arizona, Florida, PA.
The only
Michigan.
county that has been counted in any great degree, there are a few of these counties out here, right?
Mhm.
But these are like 5,000 people, 4,000 people.
Yeah.
So I don't even know how these counties. I mean, I guess they don't have 100% voter turnout, but there's no one in a lot of these counties. And this county somehow has no one who is. I wonder if they like that one county just rejected daylight savings time, so they get an extra hour on their polls.
Could be.
There's an area in Arizona.
Now, interestingly enough, Pennsylvania, one of the big reasons why Pennsylvania may not be called is there's 7 Republican counties that absolutely refuse to count a vote tonight.
Why is that?
They basically are well, okay, do you want me to give you a conjecture? I think basically they're sticking it to the Dems. It's kind of hard to, and here we go, I'm gonna probably piss some people off, but we probably don't have a lot of watchers anyway. But here's the deal. What you got is the Democrats don't know how many votes to manufacture. If they don't know how many votes the Republicans are going to give them. Pure and simple. 7 Republican counties said, nah, sorry, we're not going to count a vote until tomorrow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I count 12 counties total that have not reported anything.
Yeah.
And it's been like 2 or 3 hours, so.
So overall, I don't think that we're gonna get a clear picture as to who's the winner tonight. Now, that's interesting too, in that early on during this election season, we kept hearing tales of a blue wave and a red mirage. And what the red mirage is supposed to be is that what we were going to see is this massive, massive movement toward Trump early in the election as the mail-in ballots came in. And then slowly but surely, as various different places get counted over the course of the next 2 to 3 weeks, states would start turning from red to blue. It's called the red mirage, and they predicted that Trump would have a massive victory tonight, and that slowly but surely over the next few weeks, he would lose it. Interestingly enough, the difference in the mindsets between the Republicans and the Democrats over this coronavirus thing has been that the Republicans have been very free and open. That we're going to go where we want to. We're going to do what we want to. And the Democrats are very, very scared and staying within their pockets and they expect that they might not be voting in the amount of numbers in person, and instead the Democrats would be mostly doing these mail-in ballots. And that's what they started seeing, is the Democrats started their ballots flooding in. What really made the Democrats sweat was, even though they were flooding in, they weren't flooding in the numbers they expected. And so all of a sudden we stopped hearing about this red mirage. The media stopped talking about it. And instead they started to talk about the idea that perhaps Biden will come out as the winner tonight. And then because the Republicans, by and large, were insisting on voting on Election Day, that the nation would slowly go to Trump, and so almost a blue mirage at that point. I don't know that we're seeing that necessarily, although we're really looking at the votes that were cast today. And as far as the mail-in votes, I don't know how many of the mail-in votes have gotten counted. So it's very likely that some of these states that we look that go definitely toward Biden or definitely toward Trump flip over the next few weeks as the mail-in ballots start being counted.
Now, I have to say, I'm going to move over to periodic table of the United States of America here. Because actually, while I hate this layout, it looks dumb, the color coding is kind of nice. And Texas is actually a toss-up right now. Like, for a while, 65% in, and Biden has a lead, but not a substantial one.
That's interesting.
You can see that they're almost it's almost neck and neck there.
You're within 40,000 votes.
Yeah, but the fact that Biden has maintained a lead for 30% of the vote totals in Texas is fascinating.
It's not good news for Trump, certainly.
Oh, it's certainly not good news for Trump, but it is very interesting. Arizona is a toss-up that was updated 2 hours ago. That was updated 5 minutes ago. 2 hours ago. The polls weren't even closed 2 hours ago.
Yeah, I don't know what.
This
are
is
you on
CBS.
Oh, okay.
Colorado is
Clinton Broadcasting Service.
They're saying New Mexico is probably going to go Democrat. They're probably not
With
wrong.
0%.
0%, but also it's New Mexico.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I like to see votes.
Well, yeah, but they're also they called like.
I mean,
West
I'll give them
Virginia.
California. I'll give them Oregon. I'll give them Washington. I'll give them Hawaii. I'll give them New York. I'll give them Illinois.
Virginia is kind of interesting. They got called really early for Biden, right? But now Trump has been maintaining a lead in Virginia.
Yeah.
I think that we might look over here and let's just pretend he takes it. I mean, that's another 13 votes in his pocket and 13 votes away from Biden.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. It's kind of, maybe like a wishful thinking, but he's maintained and grown his lead there. That's the thing.
Well, go to the county map though, because that really tells you. I mean, if
it looks okay, but here's the thing.
Because some of those DC counties haven't totally come in yet.
Yeah, that's true. But look, most of these Democrat counties have already reported almost all of their votes. Okay.
Yeah.
The only counties that haven't reported all their votes are currently leaning red, and most of them have reported.
Yeah, but your most populous county is right there, which is still faint blue.
Fairfax. So Fairfax has reported 70.
There's only a
7%.
10,000 vote difference between the two. In a county I would expect Biden to totally destroy Trump in.
Yes, and it's 77% in. I don't think Biden's going to get that much of a lead out of Fairfax.
Yeah.
The thing is that it looks like I think that Trump has an actual possibility. Now, there's some of these little counties here where Biden could pull out some serious votes.
Yeah, pull a couple thousand here, a couple thousand there.
Yeah, and not one of them isn't going to be worth much, but there's a lot of them.
He's got all these little islands in there within the counties too.
Yeah, I have to think that has to be jerry-rigging of some kind.
Gerrymandering.
Gerrymandering.
I'm not sure exactly how that works out. Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, I actually think that Trump has a good chance of taking Virginia.
Yeah.
They're still calling it a Biden win, but Trump's lead has only grown. Like right now,
Trump takes South Dakota.
Yeah, we've known that for a while.
Dan Bongino says to stop sweating Texas.
Stop sweating Texas? Well, let's take a look at Texas.
This one says, having mini strokes here, Dan. Praying, praying, praying.
Oh, here's Alaska. Does Alaska even have counties? I think Alaska is one big county.
We ain't scared in Texas. Dan, go take a nap. You look sleepy. Long night ahead.
Oh, Texas is fascinating. Okay.
Sweating North Carolina and Ohio. Yeah, I'm going to give them that. North Carolina, I'm not sweating. I think Trump's taking North Carolina. If New York Times says that they're not going to give North Carolina to freaking Trump if they can get away with it. And I think that they know something we don't. But Ohio, I'm sweating.
Ohio. Let's see what Ohio's looking like. I wouldn't. Very little of the vote has been counted. And look, Lucas County is Biden, right? They say 0% of the vote, but also there's, wow, must be a hugely populous county. I wouldn't sweat Ohio. We don't know.
We have to have Ohio. If we don't have Ohio, then Pennsylvania will be a necessary state. And yeah, the corruption in Pennsylvania is going to be too much.
You see, right now,
I know. Did I talk to you guys about this? About Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania is going to allow them to bring in votes, even if the signatures don't match.
Yeah,
they're going to count the votes. And let me tell you, that is corruption in the making.
Interestingly, it looks like Trump is going to get all 5 votes from Nebraska. Earlier, you were right when you called that. I'm going to update my.
Yeah.
There we go. Let's say Ohio goes blue.
Look at that. Democrats spent $88 million in Kentucky to beat Mitch McConnell, and they totally got wrecked.
You see, the thing is, I don't think Ohio is necessary.
Yeah?
No, I don't think it is. Okay, look. So this much of the map, we can fill this in with confidence.
Yeah.
Now we can also, let's pretend that goes Democrat.
Okay.
And I also have Ohio and Pennsylvania going Democrat here. So let's just say Nevada, let's say that goes Democrat. Utah is going to go Republican. Idaho is going to go Republican. Montana is going to go Republican.
I think so. Arizona is going to be in.
Hold off on clicking on that. I don't know where that's going to go.
Iowa's
going to go.
turning hard.
I'm going to say I think that Minnesota has a good chance of going Republican. Now, this is 3 states that I don't know. I think Wisconsin is going to go Republican, right? That puts Trump. That means that Biden would have to win both of these states, which is possible, but I don't think it's probable because I do think
you're right.
if Trump gets 1 vote in one of these states, so I don't actually think Ohio is that big of a deal. Okay. I don't think Trump needs Ohio or Pennsylvania. I think he can do without them because I think he's going to take Virginia.
Okay. Well,
I think that there's a good chance Trump is going to take Virginia. And if he does, he doesn't need Ohio or Pennsylvania. Now, if he doesn't take Virginia, then he's
hosed. Yeah.
Well, he can still win it if he takes both states, but it's no longer the whole, you just need 1 to win. He would need to take both, and I don't know that that's a particularly likely outcome. Anyway, but Biden, from this point, if Biden were to win, I mean, this is kind of the map that I'm going with because I think I'm going to make it so that these 3 states here, which are the states that I honestly have no idea where they're going to go, I think these 3 are toss-up states. I really do.
Okay.
So, honestly, it's whoever takes. This puts Trump at a slight lead. So if he can get, essentially, someone needs to get 2 of these states. I think that's really where it comes to. And I think it's going to be a close election. And I think that it's possible that this is going to, I think you're right, this is probably going to land in the courts.
Yep.
I'm surprised that Iowa closes real late. Iowa closes at 10.
Ooh, okay. Well,
EST. So for us, it's going to be
7. Well, it's about a half hour then.
So I
North
was going to close in a
Carolina,
half
2.
hour. Montana is going to close in a half
What's
hour.
this fool wearing a mask for? What the heck?
Where?
on TV.
Oh,
I was like,
okay. So it looks like Utah, Nevada, Oregon, Idaho, and Montana are going to close in a half an hour, and Iowa. Those are going to close in a half an hour, and then California, Washington are going to close in an hour and a half, and finally Alaska and Hawaii are going to close in 2 hours and a half.
okay.
But the thing is that after this half hour, when we start seeing the results from this group of states, I think that's kind of gonna. That should tell us where the election is going to go. Because California, Washington, Hawaii are going to go Democrat. Alaska is going to go Republican. These are truths that we hold to be self-evident.
So here's a story by Matt Vespa on Town Hall. And I think it's a good one. And it's why we shouldn't sweat Pennsylvania as much. In Florida, Democrats are in a panic. The situation has been described as one relating to surgery. They're trying to stop bleeding. Months of no ground game because of COVID and listening to inflated polling numbers might have been a monumental blunder for the Biden camp. Right now, the early vote advantage is less than 100,000 and it was more than 200,000 days ago. And Biden is not doing well as he should in Miami-Dade, the state's most populous Democratic county. It's all about the margins. Even Hillary winning here by 26 points couldn't stop Trump from taking the state. And Hillary actually could get Democrats excited. Biden's been decidedly not in any of this cycle. Biden losing in Florida reduces his chance of winning the presidency to below 50%. But losing in Pennsylvania is the ballgame. A win in PA means Trump will probably carry Ohio, Michigan, and maybe Wisconsin, possibly Minnesota. It's possible. Funny how this state was for years the unicorn that the Republicans could never catch. Until 2016, the last time the Keystone State went Republican was 1988. And now it's still in true battleground territory. We noted before how this state is not a lock for Biden. He has an uphill battle, and final shifts in voter registration numbers also show the direction toward Trump. And it's not hard to figure out why. The state is chock full of white older voters. Fracking is a huge issue, one that means life and death to scores of families. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have already staked their claim here by saying outright they will destroy this industry. Despite the Democratic side's declarations of the contrary, Pennsylvanians know Biden-Harris is full of it and coming for their livelihoods. If Biden doesn't do well in Lackawanna County, can you find Lackawanna County?
Is that Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Pennsylvania.
Especially, expect a rough night for the Biden crew. The late shift is starting to make Democrats anxious here as well.
Dupont, Center, Luzerne. I don't see Lackawanna County. Okay, hold on. I'm going to pull this onto the big screen and we'll look at it together. Because this is interesting. All right, Lackawanna County is right here. Right now, it's going for Trump.
By
now,
3,000 votes? 3,000 votes?
3,000 votes at only 22% in.
Okay.
But if Lackawanna County is that important to the Biden campaign, and I think that it is, because look at the state map, okay? I think Biden has it leaning towards him right now, but a lot of these counties seem to be leaning Republican.
Yep. The state's Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman acknowledged that Trump does excellent in small-town rural Pennsylvania, which can cancel out Democratic turnout seen in the Philly and Pittsburgh areas. Philly and Pittsburgh doesn't see heavy Democrat turnout. It's the death knell for them in Pennsylvania. This is how Trump won in 2016. He'll probably do it again. Unlike Romney in 2012 and McCain in 2008, Trump motivates and energizes people here.
So I'm going to look at the other races right now, because they are just as important. Now, it looks like Senate has not changed. Democrats still have gained 1 seat. I think a few more Senate seats have been called, but generally, it looks like the Democrats have maintained their 1 seat lead. The House races, let's see. The Republicans seem to be gaining ground in the House. From last time we checked, both parties have gotten more seats, with the Republicans at a much higher rate. So, that's interesting. The governor races, let's see how those are going. That one got called for incumbent. And Missouri is still voting away from their incumbent. I wonder if their incumbent did something awful.
Possibly.
That has to be it.
Let me
right?
tell you, coronavirus has not been friendly to these guys.
So, anyway, that was a quick rundown of the other elections, and it's looking good for the Republicans, except in the Senate.
Well, let me tell you, the betting markets are now favoring a Trump win. Odds on Betfair right now, Trump 1.44 to 1 and Biden 2.25 to 1.
Huh. Now, here's my question. Virginia has been called for Biden basically since we started this stream, and yet not for a minute has Biden actually had a lead in votes there.
Yeah.
So, how come they have not uncalled it?
Well, and here's something Dan Bongino's been talking about for a very long time, and he's been telling people, and I'll say it too, if you're in line to vote, don't take these things as gospel. To be honest with you, they're going to be counting votes for a very long time, and the exit polls are not necessarily going to be accurate this year. It's really a funky year because of, again, all the mail-in ballots. Every single vote is needed, even if Biden doesn't need your vote or Trump doesn't need your vote. That's okay. The down ballot people need your vote. So if you're in line to vote, stay in line to vote. Get your vote in.
It looks like Trump has finally taken the lead that we expected him to take in Texas.
Okay.
That doesn't surprise me. New Mexico seems to be leaning into Joe Biden, but only a little bit. That could go either way still. Kansas is kind of weird. I expected that to be a Republicans in the bag sort of situation, but here we are, 61% of the votes, and it's pretty much a toss-up.
It's tight. It's tight.
It's within 100,000 votes of each other. So, who knows where that's going to go? That hasn't closed yet. Wisconsin.
They have closed. They're just still tallying, though.
No, Iowa does not close until half an hour from now.
Oh, okay. I'm wrong.
Anyway, Wisconsin and Michigan seem to be going Trump, but they also have like very little of their vote actually counted. Ohio is closing. The gap in Ohio is closing fast. It's 67% of the vote in, and the difference between the candidates is less than 100,000 votes. It's like 40,000 votes.
Oh, my goodness.
So Ohio could go either way, but Trump has been gaining. So if that holds, then Ohio will probably go Republican. Pennsylvania, 15% of the vote, and they are within 100,000 votes of each other.
Okay. Yeah.
New Hampshire somehow hasn't been called yet, which is strange because it should be called almost immediately. But it's 19% of the vote, and Biden has a 20,000 vote lead.
Yeah.
But it's also New Hampshire, so no one lives there. So I think Maine might have been called wrong too. Okay, Trump seems to have the popular vote in Maine, right? With I can't tell if that's 9.46 or 94.6. Hold on, I've got to move this. Give me just a minute. Um, 9.81. I like how they're not just saying 9, or if they wanted to, round up, 10. Specifically 9.81% of the vote. This this is another one of those that like Biden has a couple counties he's leading in, but not by a huge margin. And I think that's going to be a problem for Biden. He doesn't have any strongholds.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, I'm sure that if I went to Delaware, like, well, no, even Delaware, like, the only one is Newcastle, where he has 75% of the vote, right?
Yeah.
And the others, he has slightly more than 50. Let's check out Maryland. Maryland has hardly submitted any of their vote, and it looks
No.
like Trump is actually winning.
Yeah.
That's-
I would. You could push me right over if Maryland doesn't go for Trump. Go for Biden though.
Yeah, Maryland will go for Biden. DC. Click. I guess I can't. That wouldn't make sense for me to be able to do anyway because it's DC. Now DC has gone hard for Biden.
Yeah. Well, it's not unusual. They painted their streets with anti-Trump messages. I mean, for crying out loud.
It's true, but Florida looks like it's definitely going to go for Trump.
Here's a story I referenced earlier. 7 Pennsylvania Trump counties will not count their mail-in ballots until the day after the election. As Pennsylvania Democrats, including Pennsylvania Attorney General Josh Shapiro, have fought against the Trump administration in order to delay the counting of their ballots, with the Supreme Court ruling that ballots arriving up to 3 days after Election Day can be accepted by the state. And they don't have to match. Signatures don't have to match. The GOP may have a surprise for the Democrats. 7 Pennsylvania counties that voted for Trump in 2016 will not count mail-in ballots until the day after the election. Officials in Beaver, Cumberland, Franklin, Greene, Uinta, Mercer, and Montour stated that they need more time to count the ballots because of a lack of staffing and resources. Roughly 150,000 voters in the counties asked for mail-in ballots. Samantha Krebs, a spokesman for Cumberland County, told CNN, on Election Day we will report the poll numbers, but we have 3 days to start canvassing all of the mail-in ballots. So we took the opportunity to focus our attention on the election at the polls, and then we will switch gears the next day. It's just a matter of getting the job done, and we are focusing our attention on the polls because they are the most important thing on Election Day. Forest County, another county Trump won in 2016, was thinking of waiting to count their mail-in ballots. In 2016, Trump won Pennsylvania by roughly 44,000 votes. And remember, there's about 100,000 more Republican voters than there were in 2016.
Okay, so I'd like to, first off, let's check, our 270 to win. Looks like they're saying that Trump has 129 electoral votes and Biden has 115.
Okay.
So that's pretty good. I'm going to switch this over back to my projection that I've been thinking up all night. I seem to have come to a rare case where we seem to have a tie. And this is because I made Kansas blue in this projection. I don't know that that's a realistic. Oh, nope. That is unrealistic. Kansas apparently just got called for Trump and I wasn't paying attention. All right, let's go change my my projection now it's a Trump win. It's a narrow 5-point Trump win, but it's a Trump win.
But he's got to take certain states though.
Well, I have him taking Michigan, and I actually said that he would. I assumed he would take Ohio too.
Okay.
Now, if he loses Ohio, he loses the election. But I also said that he wouldn't take Arizona in this projection. If he does take Arizona, he still loses the election if he doesn't have Ohio. So yeah, I also said that Minnesota will probably go blue because right now it looks like they're going blue, which isn't particularly actually they might be going heaviest blue out of any of the states counting so far, except New England, which it's going to go heavy.
How's Ohio doing? I got reports on my phone here that Ohio just went red with 60% of the vote in.
70% of the vote is in, and Trump has a 25,000 vote lead.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! That's
in Texas. Trump is expanding his lead. He has a large amount of the vote. He he has over 100,000 now, I think, if I'm doing my mental math right. He's still winning in Virginia, even though it's been called for Biden. North Carolina is looking more like he could pull out a win there. 80% of it is in, but I'm not sure that he's going to take North Carolina. Let me see. What did I project? I projected he would, but I also projected he wouldn't take Virginia. Let's swap those and see how he does. He loses. And it's because of Ohio. But Ohio's looking red, so I'm going to go with the Vegas betting odds and say I think Trump is going to win. Barely.
Don't panic about North Carolina.
Dan Bongino. Let's see here.
So let's
See if
say
I can
Dan
get him to
Bongino is
run.
right and North Carolina goes for Trump, which it could, but 80% of the vote is in, and Biden still has a lead, though a very narrow one of 300.
Yeah, I'm trying to get this
That's
come
what
out.
it says
Here we go.
votes.
Let me see what Bongino says.
Carolina and Ohio. Please, here's what happened. The Democrats front-loaded their votes in the mail-in and early voting. That's what Democrats do. Republicans typically show up on election day in large numbers.
Just what?
That's his entire explanation,
No, he's still talking, but the thing went silent.
just like you.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. His mic died. He's talking, I got nothing.
Okay, let's go take a look at what various news outlets that aren't Fox News are projecting currently in the polls. Because no one's going to accuse me of being biased, even though I completely am biased. So, New England going for Biden, no surprises there.
Yep.
Midwest going for Trump, no surprises there. I'm
Yeah.
kind of surprised they haven't called this area here. They still have Florida. I don't like the way that CNN does this because it doesn't really give you a lot of information. Like, it doesn't tell you where things are leaning. It just says this has been called, this hasn't. Oh, wait, there's a thing I can turn on to say who's leading. Ignore me. Actually, this is even like color coded, so it gives you. It says that right now Biden has a slight. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna wait 5 seconds for the next update to that.
Florida, 95% probability for Trump, according to Fox News now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised given that Trump's lead has only increased. They're projecting he's going to lose. They're not projecting it. Their polling data says he's going to lose. It's currently leaning Biden. So I think Ohio might have switched back to Democrat though. Let me look over here.
Let me tell you, already, the fact that we're arguing or somewhat arguing over the possibility of one state over another one already tells us the polls are wrong.
It's true. The polls told us that we were going to see a heavy Biden win.
Supposed to be a blowout, supposed to be an early night. We're going to call it early, boom, and be done, be in bed before midnight, and it doesn't look like that way.
It looks like it's a real toss-up. It's a coin toss.
Dinesh D'Souza calls the polling community a bunch of blithering idiots. Here's my theory on why polls are not hitting it on the mark anymore. And it boils down to this. This is why. If I answer a telephone call on my home phone, my landline, I don't know who's on it necessarily. Okay, I don't know who it is. Now, if the pollster gets me on the line and I got some time, I might actually answer their questions. But this tells me who's calling. And guess what? I recognize that number. Click. Okay? Pollsters are having a devil of a time getting in touch with you. As a result, they're not really doing very good polls. On top of that, I think they're using a lot of outmoded polling ideas. 2016 and 2018 both showed pollsters going heavy wrong. And what we're seeing now is that the looks like 2020 going again heavy wrong. Something's got to be done in the polling community.
Definitely. I'm gonna flip over here and see. Looks like not much has changed on 270 to win. So. Yeah, I don't really.
Right now, Trump has got it in the Electoral College.
Here, we'll jump over there. So,
there's a whole lot that's so question marks.
I don't even know what to think, really. It's very close. Looks like Ohio is. Trump seems to be increasing his lead in Ohio.
Can you get me ice?
So I think that it's likely that he will take Ohio. It looks like Trump is playing catch up in a lot of places. He still has his lead in Virginia. So unless there's going to be some, big turnaround, more places are solidifying in Virginia, and it seems like it's going Republican. So I think that one might go for him. North Carolina. North Carolina is still leaning Democrat, barely. There's a small difference. It could go either way. South Carolina, finally, these places are starting to count their ballots. I don't know what's taking them so long. But South Carolina is looking like it's probably going to go for Trump. He's got a 118,000 vote lead. Georgia is almost certainly going to go for Trump. He has 300,000 vote lead. I'm not sure why Florida has not been called yet. I really don't know. Biden, even in Canada, in counties that Biden has won, he hasn't won by thick margins. Like here, Hillsborough County, he won. They're saying by what?
Fox News is predicting a 78% probability that Biden takes Georgia.
78% probability that Biden takes Georgia. I don't see, well, okay. So what I will say is that a lot of the Democrat counties have not been counted yet, and a lot of the Republican counties have. Like this here, whole huge chunk of Democrat counties that have somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 to 0% of their votes tallied. So, yeah, if Biden has a lot of votes here, he could take it. Here's the thing, though. Biden hasn't been winning counties by a lot. Biden's been winning counties by, like this one. Washington County went to Biden over less than 100 votes.
Where's Atlanta?
Atlanta? Probably somewhere in this area.
Okay, see, that's the problem. It's not all been counted yet.
Actually, almost none of it has been counted.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's your problem. That's why Fox News is saying what they're saying.
That's true. He could easily pull out 400,000 votes out of Atlanta, I think.
Yeah.
But I don't know, okay? Because this is Miami, and he only pulled about 100,000 votes out of Miami.
No.
So if Atlanta is anything like Miami, he's not going to be able to pull out enough to take the lead there. But let's say that they're right. Let's say that Georgia goes Biden. If Arizona goes Trump and he gets Virginia, even if he doesn't get Virginia, but if he gets Ohio and Michigan, he still wins.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? This is enough to... Actually, I think this is the 2016 election. This is what happened there, right? I think this is almost identical.
Except for Georgia and Pennsylvania was flipped, I think.
Yeah. Anyway, it's something. I don't even know what to think. I haven't checked on Minnesota in a while. How's that going? Minnesota, 30%. It's going heavy Biden. So Biden's going to take Minnesota. I'm actually surprised at how heavy Biden is going. Although, that being said, almost none of these counties have been counted yet, Dad. I guess they probably don't have a lot of votes between them. Looks like Minneapolis has been counted. And Minneapolis, is specifically Hennepin County, that went heavy by. He got 300,000 votes out of there. He got most of the others he hasn't really gotten all that many out of. He got 400 votes out of Anacoa. He got 100 votes out of Ramsey. I'm not sure he's going to win Minnesota. 30% of the votes in. He's taken an early lead, but I don't think he's going to take most of the rest of Minnesota.
They're not really calling it for him, though, are they?
They're not.
Yeah.
He's got a lead. But I had earlier marked that I thought it was going to go. But if it goes Republican, like I think it has a very
Polls
high
are going to
likelihood.
close in Iowa in just a few minutes.
Iowa, Nevada, Oregon, Idaho, Utah, Wyoming, and Montana.
Yeah, but Iowa's the one to watch.
It's
They
true.
really say that Iowa is the one. Often so goes Iowa, so goes the nation.
So whoever takes Iowa, I suppose, yeah.
Well, let me see here.
What's that?
Excuse me. Mouthful. Kindergarten class vote today. Trump 9, Biden 4. And then Facebook, of course, had to say, we put in their 2 cents in on it. I'll tell you what, this is the thing pisses me off more than anything, is Facebook literally sticking their nose into my business every time I turn around. Okay, here's the thing. You ever been to a party where you're in a real intense conversation with somebody else and you're talking about stuff? They just call South Carolina. No, they're doing other races. Senate races. You're in a really close conversation with somebody. You're really intent on it. It's a really important conversation to both you and the person you're conversing with. And then suddenly some loud, obnoxious person walks right up and starts insinuating themselves in the conversation. They have no idea what the conversation's all about. They just want to be part of your conversation. And they completely ruin the tenor of the conversation. Whatever important information was being given is completely gone. That's Facebook. That's Facebook. Every time there's stuff on here, stuff I might want to read, boom, Facebook's got to put their little thing in it. You know, oh, independent fact checkers. I don't know what the heck an independent fact checker is because they're not independent. So, but that's something that really drives me nuts on Facebook of late. Let me see here. I'm going to look over here on Parlay and see if anything up there has come up. Doesn't look like it. And then I wanted to also look. So it looks to me like on Newsmax, Newsmax is reporting that Fox News is reporting that Democrats will gain and hold the House, which is unfortunate because we got 4 more years of Nancy Pelosi. So I don't know about you, but it's disturbing to me to watch her dentures float around inside of her mouth. So, official that Loomer loses in Florida, that's a bummer. Let me see. Okay, that's on here. There's a story, Dan Bongino. Well, it's actually from John Hawkins. And he basically says, we won't have all the election results for weeks, but it is possible that we know which candidate won the race tonight. How do we know this? By looking at crucial battleground states as they're being called. While a lot of states are in the gimme category for Biden or Trump, the results in the toss-up states will decide the winners. Here are some of the critical states to look at. Must-win states for Biden. Biden has to have Virginia, has to have Colorado. Yeah, he's going to get that. Let's see this. Minnesota, he has to have, and he has to have Wisconsin. Must-win states for Trump, Texas, he's got it in the bag. Georgia, I think he's got Georgia. Next poll is going to close here shortly. Let's see what they have to say.
Anything can pop at any moment.
Yep. These Senate races are coming in quickly as well. As we said, Senator Graham hangs on to his seat. We're watching the Tillis race in North Carolina closely as well as we count down to the next race calls.
Here we go.
It is 10 o'clock here in New York City. Polls have just closed in another 4 states. Let's start with Iowa, where President Trump is locked in a close race with former Vice President Joe Biden. According to our decision desk, it's too early to project a winner in Iowa. The other state we're watching very closely at this hour is Nevada, where our vote analysis shows Biden ahead of Trump at the moment, although we'll need to analyze a lot more data from Nevada before making a call there.
Meanwhile, President Trump is ahead of the former vice president in a pair of western states. The first is Utah, home to Republican Senator Mitt Romney, who is a frequent Trump critic, as we well know, and the other is Montana, a traditional Republican stronghold. Our decision desk still not quite ready to declare winners in either of those states yet tonight.
So if we look at our electoral map, where it stands right now, and our lovely standing candidates, it is 129 to 109. Remember that 270 is the magic number to win the presidency. And you see those yellow states, obviously those have closed, but we have not called them yet, and that is where this race is really being battled. We have North Carolina, we have Florida that we haven't called yet, although Donald Trump has a big lead.
And as these results continue to come in tonight, let's bring in Tucker Carlson once again, host of Tucker Carlson Tonight. Tucker, great to talk to you tonight. Obviously, this is a historic evening, always, when the nation comes together to elect a president.
Okay, so basically that was a big old snooze fest. And that's the way it's going to be really all night long. I'm about to lose my lavalier mic again. Okay. So, again, going back to what I was saying, Biden needs Virginia. And we're seeing Trump really coming out strong in Virginia. Biden needs Colorado. He's got it. Minnesota, yeah, he'd probably get Minnesota. Wisconsin, not so much. Okay, so he loses one of these, and then it's going to be a much harder case for him to win. Must-win states for Trump. Trump needs Texas. I think he's going to get Texas for sure. Georgia, I think he's going to get Georgia for sure. North Carolina, we're already seeing that New York Times is predicting that Trump will take North Carolina. And Florida, Trump's going to take Florida. Ohio is it. So interestingly enough, Pennsylvania not in that either of those lists. States that Biden probably needs to win is Michigan and Pennsylvania. And then states that Trump probably needs to win, Arizona and Pennsylvania. So yeah, Pennsylvania helps certainly, but the ones that here's the ones to watch for, and I'm thinking that that Biden might lose Virginia, which means that he'll definitely have to make it up elsewhere. Let's see here. They're calling West Virginia for Trump. Do we have West? Yeah, we have West Virginia in there. Trump leading in Utah, yeah, Montana, but the race is too early to call. So now going back to the betting markets are now giving Trump a 75% chance of winning the election. Why are the betting markets going hard Trump on this when we obviously see everything's too early to call? Let me tell you, the reason why is because the pollsters should have called this early. The pollsters wanted to say that Biden won it by a landslide. It's not a landslide. Trump is in it to win it. And these polls are all too close to call, which means that Trump's got a really, really fighting chance. One thing I want to bring your attention to is that by and large, Republicans were expected to come out in mass today. Today was supposed to be the big Republican turnout. So Biden's soft numbers going into Election Day was actually pretty damning for him and made it tough. That meant that Biden had to perform on Election Day. Again, Democrats by and large are much more afraid of COVID than the Republicans are. A lot of them are staying home. Okay? So this race was supposed to be a big landslide, is now looking like a horse race. And they were saying yesterday it was going to be a horse race. Today we're seeing it. We're absolutely seeing it, that these races are too close to call, and Trump's doing much, much better than the pollsters told us that he would. This is why the polls are crap. It's just there's nothing there, and we cannot really. People need to stop listening to pollsters, and that's a big problem, because what's happening is that polls have not only taken a decision-making place in our government, but they have actually become news. Yeah, how many times have you turned on the news when the newscaster isn't talking about actual occurrences? He's talking about, well, polls say this and polls say that. Nobody should care about polls. Polls are just people's opinions. And opinions are like belly buttons. Everybody's got one. So Dinesh D'Souza says the pollsters and the media won't call Florida. Why? Because they want to sustain the illusion that Biden could still flip that state. He's not going to. They know better, but they want to stay in their dream a little bit longer. Let's see here. Then a reply to him was, with the type of lead Trump is amassing, they must be smoking crack if they think that a car trunk full of so-called missing Democrat votes are going to change the outcome. And let's see here. Well, let me see here. 270towin.com is calling it for Trump already. That's interesting. We didn't see that. Trying to see what this person was. I don't know what that person was talking about, but. The Democratic protesters are getting restless. The first clashes with police have started. I suspect that the left's street thugs are starting to lose faith in the corrupt. Let's see here. Kayleigh McEnany, North Carolina is 95% likely for President Trump, according to the New York Times now. Let's see here.
So, what have I missed?
Well, the last group of states they didn't want to call. They said that Utah and Montana were both leaning strongly Trump, but they didn't want to call it yet.
All right, let's see. Where are we? I'll call if they won't. Arizona, 70% in, and it looks like it's a Biden lead, but not a very large one, so that could go either way.
What's the total lead there?
It's 200,000.
That's tough. That's going to be tough.
That is a pretty big
That's
lead.
one of those states that Trump really does need.
But Biden isn't leading in these counties that he's winning by very large margins. Whereas I think Trump is leading by larger margins in counties that he's winning, especially
so that's
Mojave
why
County.
it's too early to call it then.
Yeah, that one is definitely too early to call. Utah, I'm surprised hasn't been called yet. It's not gonna go Biden. It's a little bit like in the West Virginia.
You know the excuse that Fox News gave for Utah not being called yet
What's that?
is because Mitt Romney is very is very critical of President Trump. I don't know if he is or not, to be honest with you. The question was, is Mitt Romney up for re-election? And to be totally honest with you, I'd have to look that one up.
Would Fox News like to give me an excuse as to why? Also, it's kind of a nice jacket. Would Fox News like to give me an excuse as to why Florida has not been called yet?
Oh, well, let me tell you what Dinesh D'Souza says. Wait a second, I got to plug my iPhone in before I die. All righty. I don't have a long enough cable on for my phone. Dinesh D'Souza says the pollsters and the media don't want to call Florida. Why? Because they want to sustain the illusion that Biden could still flip the state. They know better, but they want to stay in their dream just a little bit longer.
Well, it's true. If they can keep these battleground states tied up for as long as they can. Like, okay, Michigan. Trump has
Did I lose?
300,000
Lion dog faced pony soldier.
There we go. Oh, that's fine.
You just love that so much, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Don't be rude.
Texas is going for Trump. Unsurprising. I don't know why that one hasn't been called yet.
Again, and here's the thing, and this is what I was talking about when you were gone. Here's the deal. The betting averages just went up 75% for Trump. Okay? The reason why you're seeing this big swing toward Trump is the fact that the pollsters got this totally wrong. This was supposed to be a landslide. It was supposed to be done deal by 7 p.m. Pacific time. It's not. These places are all toss-ups, and the reason why is strong Republican turnout today. And so as a result, you know, we're seeing that the pollsters are wrong. Everybody's like, okay, the pollsters are wrong, and now we're seeing this big, strong Republican turnout. This very well could go for Trump.
Come on, man. It comes from China.
So Georgia is definitely good for Trump. That's another one that really should be called. Minnesota.
Let's see here.
Minnesota is still not called, but
Is
it's
this,
still really up
No,
in
it
there.
does not look like Mitt Romney is up for re-election this time around.
Montana.
In
Montana isn't hard. Well, they are, but like they're also 17% in. I'm surprised Idaho wasn't immediately called. So really, I'm also surprised there are still West Coast, East Coast cities and states.
Now how's Georgia doing right now?
South Carolina just got called for Trump.
Yep.
Should have been done a while ago. It was done a while ago. I was gone. Georgia is looking red.
Okay.
He
By how many
has,
points? By 350,000. Let me give you a little bit more information as to why I think that Georgia is going to definitely be in Trump's category. Okay. On the Senate side for Georgia, Ossoff, the Democrat, has got 41.7% of the vote. Perdue, the Republican, has 56.1% of the vote. Okay. The other election, because they're electing both of their senators this time, Warnock is the Democrat, 28.4% of the vote, and then Loeffler, 28.7% of the vote. And then it looks like a three-way race. There's also a guy named Collins who's got another 23% of the vote. But basically, between the two Republicans, you're looking at 53% of the vote compared to the Democrats' 28% of the vote. Okay? The Republicans are coming out strong in Georgia. The Republicans are going to take Georgia.
I also believe the Republicans are going to take Georgia, but mostly because Trump's lead in Georgia has only increased as the night has gone on. I mean, that one wasn't even a question.
Yeah.
Now, what I'd like to know is a little bit more in, first off, Virginia. Biden is closing the gap in Virginia, so I might actually have to go back over here and give it to him, right? But it looks like Trump just way overtook him in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Now it looks like that's going to go there. That one's a toss-up. That might go Democrat. That still is a Trump win. And that has Georgia being Democrat, but let's make them Republican because that's where they're going to go. That's a Trump win. I think tonight...
So, you want to know another tell on this night? Another tell on this night is CNN is slowly moving into wishful thinking mode. In other words, they're not talking about hard numbers anymore. They're talking about what they're hoping will happen. Okay? Whenever you get out of hard numbers and into what you'd like to happen, means that you're kind of worried about your situation. And Dinesh D'Souza says they are moving into wishful thinking mode. It might suggest that the ground is steadily slipping away from Biden. I want to go back to North Carolina. We've been arguing about North Carolina.
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Okay. Here's another indicator that North Carolina may go for Trump. Okay. Let me find it again. Cunningham, Democrat, 47.4% of the vote. Tillis, Republican, 48.4% of the vote. Tillis is going in for a win there. And it looks like the strength for Trump there is being mirrored by the strength for the senator there as well. That tells a lot of strong Republican turnout. I believe that the New York Times is absolutely correct. North Carolina is going to be Trump territory.
I'll actually agree with that. They have 90% of their vote in, and Trump has only a 30,000 vote lead, but with 90% of the vote in, that's a pretty...
Yeah, it's going to be harder and harder because, again, those percentages are going to stay pretty true outside of this and that and the other thing.
So, New Mexico is looking like a Biden win.
Michigan's looking better for Trump.
Michigan has looked like it's going to go for Trump for a while now.
Okay.
But now I'm going to say that it's solidly in his territory.
Yeah.
He has it's about a 200,000 vote lead.
Yep. When I was talking to Leah earlier today, I said he needed to take one or both of those states, and it's looking good for him.
So let's just take all the states that let me go over here. I'm going to take out all of the states that are questionable, okay?
Mhm.
The ones that I don't know where they're going to, that one's going to go there. That one, I'm going to call it questionable. I don't think it is, but I'm going to call it, I'm going to take that one. That one. I'm even going to take these three, and definitely that one. Okay. So, with 102 points on the board, Michigan, I think, is going to go for Trump, okay? But these, they're kind of hoping that these four win Democrat-wise, okay?
Mhm.
The Democrats are really arguing that that's going to happen. So let's give it to them. Pennsylvania could go Democrat, and at this point, Trump would need to win these three to still win.
Okay.
Now, the thing is that I don't think this is realistic. They're not going to get Utah, okay?
Yeah. I don't think so.
Now, that means that that pretty much puts us in the same position, assuming that they get Iowa.
Hmm. I don't think they're getting Iowa. I mean, where are they on
Well,
Iowa?
let's see. Iowa, they're currently leading, but not by a huge margin. Let's check the map. It's really too early to tell where Iowa's going to go.
Hmm.
I find it interesting. Iowa is not tagged as a battleground. Well, this site doesn't do battleground site. I'm actually going to pull this onto the screen so you guys can see what we're talking about here. That would be a good idea. So, let's just say, I mean, it could go either way. This election could go either way. But the thing is, the way I think it's going to go is I think that Trump is going to win. Looking at CNN currently... No, I want to scroll up on the page. CNN currently has Biden winning.
Mhm. Where's Trump on PA?
PA?
Yeah, right now.
Oh.
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, he is
He's
leading.
up by 6 points, isn't he?
He's, let me look at the exact number there. He has, 60,000 votes.
And remember, 7 of the Republican counties aren't even counting tonight.
It's true.
They're counting their walk-ins today, but they're not counting any of their mail-in ballots.
Furthermore, Trump is still winning
Lackawanna.
in Lackawanna.
Lackawanna was the one to watch.
If that's a county that Biden needs, he's not getting it. They're 50%.
Let me tell you, I think Trump's got Pennsylvania. Here's Dan Bongino says about Pennsylvania. Let's see if he comes out.
So don't hold your breath on Pennsylvania results tonight. So that's the bad news. There are some precincts in Philadelphia that have said that they've stopped counting.
Oh, Bongino, you keep screwing up. I can't get Bongino. I wish he'd type out his stuff instead of talk it out.
Electoral college votes are kind of strange because they're awarded 2 just for being a state. Okay? And then, yes. So on top of that, your population compounds. So what that leads to is a system where votes in different states are worth different amounts. Californians' votes are worth less than Wyoming's.
You know what I need to do? This is what I need to do. I need to take myself off of Wi-Fi and go to my thing. I'll bet you I'll be able to get Bongino then. Either that or everybody and their dog is listening to what Bongino has to say. And
That's possible. So it's looking... It really is looking more and more like a Trump win tonight.
So don't hold your breath on Pennsylvania results tonight. So that's the bad news. There are some precincts in Philadelphia that have said that they've stopped counting the vote. And remember, the Pennsylvania voting deadline was extended anyway. So if Pennsylvania's tight, which I think is going to be, we're not going to get a result for Pennsylvania. No network responsibly is going to call Pennsylvania for probably a few days. So that's the bad news. Here's the good news. The good news is we look great in Pennsylvania. We are overperforming with the black vote. 50-50 on a result. I think the president has a great chance of winning right now, President Trump. But if the trend continues right now, like I think it's going, North Carolina right now looks fantastic. Georgia looks in the bag. Michigan's looking spectacular. If we can pull Wisconsin and an upset Nevada, we don't even need Pennsylvania. We pull Wisconsin and Michigan, we don't even need Pennsylvania anyway. But if we pull Nevada, if we can slide that one by the
There you go. So definitely see, it wasn't long ago that they were saying that Trump only had 2 directions that he could go to win, whereas Biden had like 37, right? That's narrowed tonight. And why is it narrowed? Because the polls are crap. And that's why. The polls hadn't told us anything about what is really, really happening. What are you researching?
Just looking at various things. I wanted to see if there were any interesting articles posted about if Trump was going to win.
Logan's watching this too. Hey, hey guys. I'm sorry, we just saw your hello there, but
Will California turn Trump? Yeah, no. Not in a million years. Like, okay, I'm gonna come over here and we're just gonna see. Look,
can I see that again? Let's see. Hello from
it was hold
Logan.
on. Yeah.
Logan's thing.
Give me a minute.
Oh, sorry.
See, this is the Electoral College if California turns Republican. It doesn't even look right. It doesn't look natural. You can't do that. It's wrong. Inherently wrong. So, we're just not even going to go into that sort of fantasy land. California turning Trump. Let's jump back over here, and you wanted to see here.
There we go. There we go. So, well, let me see here. So what are the other ones that we're looking and we're trying to figure out?
Oh, well, I think the big one that I have questions on, like, where is it going to go?
Yeah.
Let me jump over here. I'm interested to see what happens in Arizona.
Arizona's barely got any of their vote in, don't they?
73%.
73%? Oh, okay, so last time I had this page open. That's interesting.
And it's still leaning Biden.
So Newsmax isn't updating their... I might as well close their window because they're not even updating themselves. That sucks because I like Newsmax.
New Mexico is looking like it probably is going to go Biden.
I want to go over this thing that I went over when you were gone.
Okay.
Because this is a article from the Dan Bongino show by John Hawkins, and just written today. These are the states that are must-win for Biden. Virginia. Where's Virginia right now? Okay, Virginia has
been called for Biden.
Called for Biden.
But I've been saying
Trump's
all night that it was premature. Trump is still leading in Virginia. They have 55% of the vote in, and not for a moment has Biden led in Virginia.
Okay, so he needs that state, and it doesn't look good for him right at the moment. But there may be something we don't know. So okay, we'll give it to him. Colorado. Yeah, we knew he was going to get Colorado. There's no way. Bunch of dope smokers in Colorado. They're going to vote for anything. Minnesota. Where's Minnesota?
So Minnesota,
it's really showing a Biden win there.
Well, they have 44% of their vote in, right?
Yeah.
And this area, Minneapolis area,
yeah,
started the night blue, solid blue. It's not solid blue anymore. So that's not good for them.
You are fake news.
I'm offended.
Okay, so Minnesota.
I'm not convinced that he's going to take Minnesota anymore.
But yeah, it's
It's up to
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, he's not going to win, I don't think.
Okay, that's a must take for him.
He might win.
Those are must win states for Biden. He's got to get those states in order to win. And he's lost one of them, which means he's got to pick up something someplace else.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
arguing that he's lost 2. I don't know if he might have lost 3. But
Okay, so
might
Biden here is roughly out of the 4 states that are must wins for him. He's tentatively holding. Oh, he's got definitely 2. He's tentatively holding on to 1, and he's losing the other. Okay, there you go. Must win states for Trump. Texas. Texas is going to go Trump. Okay, Georgia. We talked about Georgia. Georgia's going to go Trump. North Carolina. We've talked about
right
that.
now, Trump.
It looks it's close.
It's very close, but they have 91% of the vote, and Trump still has a 40,000 vote lead.
Okay.
Not a huge lead.
Florida.
Trump has Florida. Trump's
Florida.
had Florida for hours.
Ohio.
Ohio is looking like a Trump win.
Yeah. So let me tell you, Biden only has 4 must-win states. He's got 2 of them in the bag. One of them's on the line, and the other one he's losing. Okay?
I would say he only has one of them in the bag. 'Cause
Okay.
I am not convinced that Biden has Virginia. I don't think he's had Virginia for a moment tonight.
Okay. All right. We'll give it. So Trump has 5 must-win states. Of the 5, he is strong in 4 of them and looking pretty damn good in the 5th.
Yeah.
Okay? So those are now here's the gimme states. These are the ones that they probably need to win. They're going to go either way, and it just kind of depends, okay? For Biden, he really could use Michigan. If he loses elsewhere, he's going to need Michigan. Where's Michigan?
Right now, Michigan is strong for Trump. Trump
All right,
has about
there
a
you go.
200,000 vote lead.
Okay, and he needs Pennsylvania. Not going to be decided tonight. Okay, and where are we?
No sound for me?
Uh-oh. Battery time?
I don't think so. Testing.
You're getting my... Yeah, you're dead.
So this isn't dead.
Okay, so it must be that one down there. That's triple. That needs AAA's, Stu. And I brought in a box of AAA's. What'd I do with them? Oh, okay, guys. We're gonna take a little short break here while I look for AAA batteries. Did you see where I put those AAA batteries? Okay. Oh, you never turned back on?
Well, no, this thing timed out and died and turned off.
Ah, there you go.
Okay, so sound should be back for me.
All right.
Bye.
So back to our discussion. So of the 2 states that Biden probably needs to win, he is currently not ahead on either one of them. Okay? 2 of the states that Trump probably needs to win, Arizona, and it looks like it's sliding towards Biden. Okay? So Arizona might go Biden, and the other one's Pennsylvania, which Trump is currently ahead in. And Bongino is saying, don't sweat Pennsylvania too much. One, we're not going to know about what goes on in Pennsylvania tonight. We're not. Period. We started out this with.
Although, okay. Yeah.
Okay. So the second thing about Pennsylvania is we are overperforming in Pennsylvania currently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, by a large margin, we have 200,000 vote lead. Really, we shouldn't be that close. It shouldn't be that decided in Pennsylvania.
So there is. That's why I like this particular article, because it really lays it out. This is why the betting odds amongst the Vegas bettors are leaning towards Trump now instead of Biden, because one, the polls are crap, and 2, let's see here. Trying to see if there's anything new here.
Rhode Island was called for Biden.
The Rhode Island? Yeah,
But-
I would expect that.
It looks to me like every single province in Rhode Island, Trump is winning. Province. Every single county in Rhode Island, Trump is winning in. Biden is not winning in a single one of those counties. Now, granted, they only have 33% of the vote in, which is really shameful given that it's Rhode Island. It's a postage stamp.
So here's good news on the Senate side. Tommy Tuberville has won the race for Senate in Alabama. That flips a seat from Democrats to Republicans. Now, earlier tonight, a Democrat seat flipped to Republican. So now it should be very, back to about the same what it was before, unless anything else changes.
I'm not quite sure, but we're not quite to the point where the Senate is going to be decided yet. Let's check the House, though. The House is going to be interesting. Looks like Republicans are still outperforming the Democrats in this House.
But the Democrats are expected to maintain their majority in the House.
They are. I think that's going to come in with the Western Seaboard. The Western Seaboard is going to do that. The reason the Republicans can keep the Senate is because Senate is per state, not per population. So this is looking like a pretty good night for Trump.
It really is. I think that overall, it's going to take a week to get totally decided out, but the way it's laying out, a very strong Republican turnout for Trump is turning this board very, very red.
Even in Illinois, Biden is beating him, but not by a huge margin, which is kind of surprising.
That's kind of sad, actually, to be totally honest with you. In Illinois. Where's that? In Maine? Yeah.
Maine, Trump is ahead. Actually, I mentioned that earlier.
Maine flips they split their votes, though.
Yeah, but they're calling the Maine vote for Biden.
I'm going to have to take a short break. I'll be back.
So, Trump is leading in Utah. Did I say 250? Yeah. 270 to win. Ignore me.
Well, you're off the
So what I'm hearing now is that Utah just got called for Trump, right? And how about Idaho? Did Idaho get called? Not yet.
I don't think Idaho is closed. I think they close in another.
Kansas was called for Trump. Okay.
Why is it too early to call Florida?
Well, yeah, Florida and
96% of the vote is in it.
Wisconsin.
Trump has like a 200,000 lead. I called it hours
They're
ago.
like the first ones to close.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Florida actually, portion of Florida is in a different time zone, and so it ended up getting called a little later on. But still, huh?
So then it's second.
First and second.
Yeah. California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington is the next set of polls to close. And after that, really, after those four get called, get closed, then really, realistically, I think that Hawaii is definitely going to go Biden.
Well, it's not Pacific, so they should be closed all the way.
The panhandle is
Stu, are you helping me out with this?
Is that because of daylight savings? Is the panhandle on a different time zone?
Yeah, the panhandle of Florida is in a different time zone, and it's also heavily Republican.
So,
No, Florida is Eastern time. Panhandle is not.
It's central.
Yeah.
take a look at the map, Grandma. Okay. Anyway.
Okay, so what just got called by Fox?
Utah.
Is that it? Just Utah?
Looks like it. Wyoming, they say. I think all these were already called.
Are they really saying Montana's swinging toward Biden? That would surprise me.
Montana does seem to be swinging towards Biden by
Only 22% of the vote in.
22% of the vote, and it's only a couple. It's only by like 20,000 votes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So,
You got 133 now. Biden.
Oh, where did he get it from?
what did they call for him?
They didn't say.
We don't know because
just
we
popped
can't
up.
listen.
Probably New Hampshire.
Probably.
New Hampshire hasn't been called
That
yet.
irritates me because I'm going to that college and I'm mad at them. I'm going to New Hampshire State. I want to go there. I've never been there.
Looks like they just did call something. I saw that.
Dinesh D'Souza says, "How ironic and how fantastic it will be if the man that the left relentlessly portrayed as a white supremacist for 4 straight years is pulled over the finish line by a surge in black and Latino votes." Yeah.
Yeah, but not by any major margins.
It's Montana. The problem with Montana is that it's only got like 22% of their precincts reporting. So
Yeah, I'd be interested to see where Arizona goes from here because they actually seem to be going not hard for Biden, but definitely. Well, no, I think you could describe that as hard for Biden. I mean,
New Hampshire, they called for Biden.
yeah, that's not.
surprising who?
Yeah, that didn't surprise a soul. So, but that was one he was expecting to get. That was part of. That's baked into the cake. So New Hampshire totally baked into the cake. Not a big issue. But go Wisconsin, man. Go Wisconsin. Go Michigan.
Wisconsin is almost 50-50 with 50% of the vote.
Yeah, but
Trump does have a lead.
Trump's got a healthy, notable lead there with 50% of the vote in. So those hold true.
Now, Iowa seems to be going for Biden.
What's that?
Iowa seems to be going for Biden, not by a huge, well, no, by a notable lead at 50% of the vote in.
Yeah. You look at. Yeah, you're right.
Minnesota, I think, is probably going to go Biden, as much as I don't necessarily like that. And I'd argue that Trump really could still take him. The problem with Minnesota is like a couple of the counties have been counted, and most of them haven't even started.
Yeah, he takes New Hampshire.
Yeah, New Hampshire was. I'm not surprised.
I'm gonna have to leave a nasty note on my Google website.
Apparently, a large Trump parade down Rodeo Drive in LA today.
They didn't get shot?
In Los Angeles, large Trump parade.
Yeah,
That is shocking.
that is it. Yeah.
I'd like to see where California lies then by the end of the night. California's polls don't close for another 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But in 15 minutes, it'll flip
What
blue
were the other
because
ones? The ones that
California.
they don't know?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Now, I don't know how Nevada has not reported a single vote. They've been closed for most of an hour. Idaho, too.
They're still busy betting.
Yeah.
Oh.
Somebody's trying to cover their bet.
Now,
What?
Maine is up in the
It'll be
air.
amazing if it's red. It'll be amazing if it's red.
Maine is still leaning heavy.
If California
on the
is
Trump.
red, I'll eat my hat.
I really, yeah.
When it goes. Closes at 8.
California goes red. I'll march down McHenry Avenue nude.
You better not say things like that. Now there's like 5 people listening.
You might have just changed their vote.
all over California.
People are voting for Biden. Record numbers.
Yeah, really, that would be more truthful.
Vote by saying you walk around naked.
More effective than threatening to riot if
I
you
can tell
lose.
you that's an everyday event in Florida.
Ah.
What were we thinking, Mike? One of them.
This is interesting.
Probably is.
The Beijing stock market right at the moment is tanking.
Yeah, shocker, isn't it?
So the U.S. stock market is, rising at an astounding rate.
500 points today.
Beijing is tanking. I wonder who they think is gonna win. Spoilers, probably not Biden.
Well, I tell you, I'm super glad that Trump has taken China on.
Yeah.
That was just crazy. And I know that they'll drop it if he loses. And that's what China's betting on. That Biden will come in and then they can continue doing what they do.
Okay, so who's still up in the air? Like, who's actually up in the air, not who's they're saying is up in the air. These two are going for Trump. These two are probably going for Biden. So let's just change. I already have that in there. Montana might go for Biden. I doubt it. Arizona might go for Biden.
Call Maine and
I don't think Idaho would go for Biden. But even if it does.
and Trump is ahead, but they're calling it for Biden. Well, then why don't they just start calling California?
No kidding.
Because it's not like they're basing it on any science.
Technically, California's polls haven't closed, so it's really hard to call it when people are still voting.
Yeah.
There's a different
Not
point.
enough votes had closed, and Trump was ahead. So why are you calling it for Biden?
They should just call for Trump because he's got the majority of the regular vote.
Or
Popular
keep
vote.
it open,
Or he's got the popular vote.
Why call it? I mean,
Does
they
Trump
all
have the popular vote?
Why call that one?
Yeah.
Actually, right now, Trump does have the popular vote. He's leading by 3 million votes.
Yeah. So it's like just call it now.
Yeah. And
That
there's
is
no way.
popular.
Let me tell you, and I went over this earlier today, just in case there's somebody, that you couldn't hear me because I had mic problems. But essentially, the way it's run out is that big tech has decided that if Trump decides to claim victory tonight, they will not cover anything. I mean, you're not going to find it on Twitter. You're not going to find it on Facebook. You're not going to find it on any of the CNN, MSNBC, any of the big networks. None of them are going to cover any sort of speech from Trump tonight saying that he won. Now, contrast that with Biden. But the Biden camp has already come out and said that if the media announces that Biden is the winner tonight, that they will go ahead and announce that they are the winner. So I'll leave it for you to decide where exactly that lands as far as bias.
All right, let's see. So first off, why has no one called Texas yet? Texas has Trump's going to win Texas. He's got almost a 500,000 vote lead.
Okay, how many percentage of the
About 75% of the vote is in.
Texas is Trump's.
Texas is Trump's. Florida is Trump's.
Well, Georgia is
and
Trump's.
North
Carolina is
are
going to be Trump's.
North Carolina is definitely Trump's. He doesn't have a big lead, but there's almost no.
He's widened it quite a bit.
He's widened his lead a lot, and there's almost no vote left to count. It's like 95%.
Remember, it
done.
was only about an hour we were arguing whether or not. I kept saying North Carolina's Trump's, and you kept saying, it doesn't look like it.
I have to agree. I think you're right. He's still winning in Virginia. I'm looking here at CNN's polls, and honestly, Fox's too. And it's like they have Biden taking the lead, right? Although Biden's way behind in their popular vote.
Biden is not performing the way everybody thought he was going to perform tonight.
But
and that means that essentially it's going to be a horse race. It's going to be right down to the wire, and it's going to be maybe that Pennsylvania decides this, but it may be that we don't need Pennsylvania to decide this.
Okay, so this
the way it's rolling.
This is the battleground. These are all the states that CNN has marked as battleground states, and it looks like Trump is handily winning in most of them.
Mm-hmm.
New Hampshire they have marked as a battleground, and they're very close in votes, but it's New Hampshire. No one ever expected it to actually go for Trump.
Yeah.
Minnesota isn't as surprised it's going for Biden, or was hoping it would flip. Now, Iowa I was really expecting to flip for Trump, and it doesn't seem to be doing that. Now, I mean, it could change, you know. I think I don't see where they have in here the percentage of the vote that's been counted in Iowa. There's still vote left. It could change, but it's probably going to go Biden, I'm going to be honest. Colorado is Biden. Everyone expected that. Arizona is Biden. I didn't expect that. But Texas was a battleground state, and it never should have been one.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone knew it was Republican.
So Rich Cementa, who is the producer for, what's his name? I forget. Anyways, a conservative talk show host, radio talk show host. Anyway, he says the fake media is refusing to call Florida, Ohio, and Georgia so that they can maintain a phony lead for Biden.
It's true. Once they call those, let's just plug in what CNN has called right now. Wow, CNN's not. Oh, I have battlegrounds filter on. Okay, so let's just plug in what they've called, right? I'm actually going to have to open this up on both screens and bring that in here. So I'm going to make a new map. I'm going to start from blank. Now they've called Louisiana that. Oh, are those actually things they've called though? I think they haven't. Actually, I'll give CNN some credit. They've called some states I wasn't expecting them to call so fast. Pennsylvania, they haven't called. So what's the difference in color between... Oh, okay. Here's their project. So these are the things that they've called. All right. Give me a minute. I got to redo this now. So they haven't called that one. They haven't called that one.
Did they check your sound again there, buddy? I got.
Have I?
Well, I don't know yet.
Oh, it looks like I have cut out. I don't know why that's happening.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So.
Go grab some batteries while I set up the map.
Yeah. Here, you want to use my mic while I'm gone?
Sure.
Okay. Because I was the one that set those. Oh no, you can leave that there. I set
All right, so I'm taking his mic. I'm just going to set up this map here. I'm going to kind of illustrate what he was talking about a minute ago. The lead that Biden has without actually having a lead.
Like 3 counties that are Biden, and he's got 46%.
Okay, so if we look here, essentially, right now they're able to say that the Democrats have a slight lead over the Republicans, right? But as soon as you factor in all of these states that they haven't called yet, you see that just disappears. It's like magic. So really, he's not wrong. That's exactly what they plan to do. If you go a little further and say, like, Texas is going Republican. Now, we'll also give them credit. California is going to go Democrat. But you see, the Republicans still have a lead. Okay, let's be a little more generous and say these four are also going to go Republican. Pennsylvania is probably going to go Republican, and boom, Trump just won. With a completely realistic prediction, given the current... This one is yours. It's okay. Is it plugged in? Is mine plugged in?
Yeah.
And it's connected?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, given what we have currently going on, what I just did here is a pretty realistic prediction. I mean, and Trump has won. These states here don't matter. None of them matter. If we don't get Pennsylvania, then, you know, if Trump doesn't get Pennsylvania, he's going to have to make up those points elsewhere. That could be a problem for him. He's going to get that. He's not going to get that. He'll get that. He'll get that. And all of a sudden you run into a little bit of a problem. He'll get a point here. And so Pennsylvania, in this case, can be extremely important. But...
Yeah, we saw that a little bit ago.
Montana will probably go for a Republican. Now, theoretically, Biden can still win if he takes Hawaii, Arizona.
Well, Biden's taking Hawaii.
Yeah. So if he takes all of these, both of these, and both of these, then which one have I? Oh, DC. I forgot.
Biden's got DC.
Then it's a tie. Really, that's the best I see Biden doing tonight.
This is what I'm saying. Biden's underperforming, and that's a big problem.
And a tie in the Electoral College is really not what we want right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a mess.
Well, he kind of is. It's 133 to 115.
So...
Well, no. It's not over yet.
He's winning right now because there's a few key states that the media just is not calling. Like, absolutely no reason Florida should not be called yet. 97% in, and Trump has 4,000 vote lead.
Yeah.
97% in with a 400,000 vote lead. Biden is not going to take Florida. It needs to be called. Let's see. Has anyone had the guts to call Florida? CNN. CNN has not called Florida. MSNBC. NBC News. No. CBS. CBS hasn't. In fact, they're only saying that it's a lean Republican. It's 400,000 votes is a lot of votes. And they're saying that, oh yeah, leans Republican. Huffington Post, let's see. They've been surprisingly frank tonight. They're still not calling it. This state is basically counted. Almost every vote has been counted, and yet they refuse to call it. What is going on? So, it looks like Joe actually might be getting a vote out of Nebraska. We weren't expecting it earlier, but I think he might actually pull that out.
So this is just in from Pennsylvania. Officials from a county in Pennsylvania said they would delay counting ballots received after Election Day that have postmarks by 8 p.m. Tuesday, citing difficulties due to pending litigation. Vice Chairman Ray D'Agostino with the Board of Commissioners in Lancaster County said in a statement on Monday that mail-in ballots received on Monday and Tuesday will be processed, but ballots received after 8 p.m. Tuesday to 5 p.m. Friday will be set aside until a decision by the U.S. Supreme Court or some other direction. The Supreme Court has indicated that it was interested in granting a request to review the Pennsylvania Supreme Court's decision to require election officials to count mail-in ballots 3 days after the election. The case has been cited as Republican Party of Pennsylvania versus Kathy Boockvar, Secretary of Pennsylvania.
All right, I'm going to cut you off right there because a whole bunch of states just flipped.
What?
It's 8 o'clock and the last set of polls that actually matter have closed. Sorry, Alaska and Hawaii, maybe get some actual residents in the future and I'll consider you.
Well,
important parts
they're
of
also
America.
going to go a certain direction. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah. So, California immediately called for Biden.
What? I can't
Who would
believe
have
it.
guessed? Oregon also immediately called for Biden. Washington called for Biden. These are obvious things.
Yeah. And then they're called for Biden with 0% of the vote in, by the way.
It's Washington, Oregon, and California. I called them for Biden when we started
You might
this
as well
stream.
mark Alaska for Trump and Hawaii for Biden.
It's true.
It's really the direction it's going to go.
So anyway,
It looks like Montana's leading Trump now.
Montana does seem to be leaning Trump, not by a huge margin, but it was never leaning towards Biden by a huge margin either. Yeah, so nothing of that has happened. Oh, Idaho just got called for Trump
Idaho, Trump, yeah.
with 144
big
votes.
surprise there.
Montana probably should be.
So
called for
Nevada's
Trump.
still too close to call. They're still
Nevada hasn't submitted a single vote.
Oh, well.
And the thing is that Nevada is kind of a toss-up state. So no one's just going to put it into a camp.
They're not decided yet.
Nevada hasn't submitted any votes.
On the popular vote, he wins, but Biden's it's a win because electoral college.
Biden's
Biden is still on track to what we were expecting
yeah.
going into tonight. So, yeah, this is par for the course. I'm not surprised by anything happening so far. Yeah, let's check the other races. Let's see what the Senate's looking like.
That's what I want to know.
So the Senate,
They just announced it.
so right now, the Democrats seem to still have one extra seat. It has yet to be determined who is going to take control of the Senate. It really could go either way, I think. House races, the Republicans are still outpacing the Democrats. As for the governors that are being reelected, let's see. New Hampshire has been called for their incumbent. The only ones, let's see. Montana is still up in the air. Neither is an incumbent. Looks like it's going to be the Democrat right now, but that's by like 20 or 30 votes. So that is too close to call.
Yeah.
Utah is looking like the Republican by like 300,000 votes.
Okay.
At 63% reporting, I'm going to say Spencer Cox is going to be the new Utah governor. Missouri is looking like it's going to go for their incumbent, Mike Parson. He's got a significant lead on Nicole Galloway. And then Washington State has not reported a single vote yet, but let's be honest, it's going to go Democrat.
So I wanted to go over this. I talked about it earlier, and I actually was able to pull up the actual article because it has been crashing left and right. Everybody checking this out. Florida just finally got called for Trump.
Well, yes,
That-
because they just got California, so it doesn't look like
Yeah.
Trump's in the lead.
Ah, you're so smart, Stu.
Yes.
So let me tell you about what we're seeing here, because again, we're talking. I mean, again, they're trying to make it look like Biden's in the lead here. They want to make Biden look like he's in the lead. We need to update our map, huh?
Our map is automatically updated by
Oh, okay, okay. But
270.
this is too.
So I don't actually have control over
Gotcha.
this map. I have my own map that I can cut to it.
Okay, so, but here's the deal. This is what the betting odds are showing. Okay, just over 2 hours ago, Biden's odds suggested he had a massive 69.2% chance of winning the 2020 U.S. election. However, early counts coming out of various states have caused the odds to dramatically shift. Donald Trump is now the odds-on betting favorite with all the sports books on OddsChecker. Our UK site compares the odds of all major betting sites in the UK. Every single one of those sports books had Donald Trump as the big outsider earlier on in the election day. However, they now all have Donald Trump as the overwhelming favorite to win the 2020 election. No UK sportsbook has Joe Biden as the betting favorite in the 2020 U.S. election odds market currently, despite his odds being so short earlier in the day. One sportsbook even has Donald Trump at negative 333 to win the election, which implies a 76.9% chance of him claiming victory. Donald Trump's odds sat at plus 150 at the start of election day, which implied he only had a 40% chance of winning the 2020 election. So, again, they're trying to make Biden look like he's got the Electoral College lead here. The truth of the matter is, he does not.
He really doesn't. Georgia and North Carolina are definitely going to go for Trump. Let's check back in Virginia because, like I've been saying all night, Biden isn't winning Virginia. He's just not. So let's see if that still holds true. And surprise, surprise, what are we? 4 hours after their polls closed,
Yep.
and Trump is still winning Virginia. That's right, Trump is still winning by 200,000 votes, and 58% of the vote has been counted. And Virginia, this entire time, has been called for Biden. Meanwhile, in Georgia, it's a toss-up, but there's very similar numbers, and they haven't called it for anyone. So
Trump is ahead, by the way, 10% in Georgia.
yes. Let's look at Virginia more closely, and it's going to go for Trump. I don't know why it's still called for Biden.
Somebody knows something we don't, Stu.
You keep saying that, and yet somehow it doesn't do it. It's still for Trump. I don't see how that. I don't see it. Somebody knew something we didn't with, Florida not being called for 3 hours, even though it was decided 3 hours ago. Texas needs to be called as well. Trump now has a 500,000 vote lead, and 75% of the vote has been counted.
Let me give you a quote from MSNBC tonight. This is how dismal they're having 2016 flashbacks over at MSNBC. One of their anchors says, "Liquor cabinets are opening all across this great land." So there you go. The mainstream media is getting really scared right now because this map does not look like the map they expected. And it's looking very strong Trump.
Actually, I'm going to be honest. This is about the map that Vox put out.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Remember
'cause
earlier
Vox is,
tonight, Vox is a very heavy liberal group, but they put out basically 6 scenarios of the way that they thought the election could go down, and this is looking very much like Vox's scenarios. They had a lot more scenarios where Biden would win, of course, but they did say this was a possibility, and I'll give Vox some credit because they deserve it. Honestly, straight up, Vox deserves a little bit of credit for being somewhat honest. I'm sure that they're not being honest right now, and so I'm not going to check their website just so that I don't feel bad and have to redact my sentiment. Let's take a look at Huffington Post, because this should be fun. They still haven't called Florida, although they did take the liberty of calling the entire western seaboard.
What?
They still haven't called Texas either. But yeah, it's CNN has yet to call Florida. They called the entire western seaboard. I called the western seaboard too, but like.
Okay, let me. Oh shoot! It just my. Okay, so according to the Washington Times, Democrat Senator Doug Jones loses in Alabama, flipping another Senate seat to the Republicans.
Speaking of which, let's check what the Senate looks like. It's tightening, but I don't think they've updated it yet. And the House. The House is looking. I think that as California fills up, we have how many representatives? We have a lot of representatives. So you're going to see the House shift a lot towards the Democrats as the Western Seaboard gets all of our people in.
Here, I want to check in with our friends in the lamestream media again. Jake Tapper stunned by exit polling. Voters seem to be okay with the Trump virus. This is not going well. CNN's Jake Tapper was taken aback on Tuesday as Election Day exit polling confirmed that nearly half of voters are okay with President Trump's handling of coronavirus. The host of The Lead and his panel of guests were dumbfounded over the 48% of voters who said the administration is doing well in its response to the global pandemic. 48% of the country, Dana, saying that the handling of the pandemic is going well, he told colleague Dana Bash. That's a very high number, considering that empirically it's not going well. I mean, there's no health official who says it's going well at all. Ms. Bash concurred with being blindsided by the numbers. It is a different number than we've been seeing in the polls up till now, she replied. But this is a poll, the exit poll is of those who have voted. And I'm in the Trump campaign and I'm looking at that and saying, well, that's better than we thought it would be. The panel expressed unanimous agreement before she continued. As bullish as the president and his aides have been in public about the coronavirus, that's not how they feel in private, Ms. Bash insisted. They understand that this is a referendum on the president, and in large part because of the coronavirus. So that, in a sense, maybe it is surprising. The conversation follows a Monday monologue by Mr. Tapper in which he castigated the president for holding numerous large rallies with supporters. So there you go. The lamestream media is becoming more and more maudlin as we go tonight.
This should be... Well, this is about the entertaining evening that I had expected. I'm going to be completely honest, but I'm happy that we're finally starting to get some breakdowns. I was definitely rooting for Trump to win, not so much because, I want Trump to win. I mean, I don't really care. I wanted to see the breakdowns, I want more tears.
I want those leftist tears to fill my mug.
Sweet leftist tears. I am getting a little smug, and I probably shouldn't. The election still has not been decided.
Still far from over. It won't be decided for at least a week, if not longer.
Yeah, but tonight is definitely going in Trump's favor. I think that it's going to be quite the night. What is this? Philadelphia polling stations, election interference. That's not going to be good.
Yeah, mere hours into Election Day, people on the ground in the battleground state of Pennsylvania are reporting potential election interference, voter suppression, and polling place election code violations. While voter turnout appears to be high in Philadelphia, shortly after polls opened this morning, there were reports of long lines, broken polling machines, and polling place violations, such as allowing campaign material and campaigning for certain candidates on site, despite state election code prohibitions on electioneering at polling locations.
Now,
Spotted Biden-Harris literature posted on either side of the entrance to the polling place located at 630-48 North 66th Street.
now you see, this could be a very big problem because if the votes from that area have to be disqualified because of election interference, that's going to be a big loss for the Biden-Harris campaign. This is why you don't break election law, because if you lose those votes, it hurts you.
Mike Roman reports illegal campaigning inside of a polling location in Philly. A man in blue is handing out Democratic literature to voters that are in line to vote. This is why Dems are keeping Trump watchers out. They are stealing it. It needs to stop. And there he is. There's I don't know if you could pull this up. This is on the Federalist website. Anyway, basically he's handing out a pamphlet here which tells them exactly what to vote for. And there's the Biden-Harris ticket at the top. And then below that is Josh Shapiro, the guy who called Pennsylvania for Biden before anybody got a chance to actually vote. Getting texts from multiple Pennsylvania folks I trust about shenanigans there. Poll watchers are excluded from polling places. Closed polls, specifically GOP-heavy areas, etc. Silence from the folks screaming that requiring ID or not allowing the 10-day late ballots are voter suppression.
What is the exact title of this?
Let's see here. It is the Federalist reports of election interference surface at Philadelphia polling locations.
All right, so here we are. I don't see the. Oh, here they are. The images aren't loading in very quickly.
Let's see here. There it is.
There it is.
That's the one.
All right, so
Can you click on that and make it larger?
I can click on it and go to Twitter.
Oh, I hate Twitter.
So this is the guy handing out pamphlets, and this is
there's
what
the
he
pamphlet.
is handing out.
Inside the polling booth.
This is highly illegal. You can't do this. And because it's Twitter and truth is frowned upon, it has this manipulated media tag. Let's see what. So this is what Huffington Post put out because, of course, it's the Huffington Post. Who else would it be?
Mm-hmm.
And this is supposed to refute the data because I'll just read this, and I'll read it in the silliest voice possible so that you can understand my disdain. The Office of Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Kranzer refuted claims of electoral law violations after a photograph of a pro-democratic poster showing a sample ballot outside of a polling station in the northeast Philadelphia was shared online.
By the way.
The photos were taken from separate polling places, according to NBC News and BuzzFeed. Oh my God, BuzzFeed News. Yeah.
That's a paragon of virtue.
Yeah, Fox News is so corrupt, but let's go to BuzzFeed to get our election coverage. Actually, let's go to BuzzFeed in a minute here. I want to see what they're saying about this. Reported that the poster in question was not hung within 10 feet of the polling place, which would be an illegal violation. It was hung inside. There was ones inside, and there was ones literally right outside the door. You don't get much closer than that. Anyway, let's see what BuzzFeed has to say about this election. That should be fun, right?
You're a lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
BuzzFeed.com. Delaware has elected the first ever openly trans state senator in the U.S. Because, you know, it's election night, and I definitely want to hear that instead of who's winning. Here we go. List of live results. Election coverage you can trust from BuzzFeed News. All right, let's see. Woo! This is the weirdest and honestly worst way to make an election map I think I've ever seen. I think this is by district. But it's just awful because this tells me like nothing. Although they seem to have called more. Oh, that's the House results. That's the Senate results. So why did it like zoom me way down? Okay, so they seem to have called Florida. So I'll give them credit where credit's due. Actually, they've called a lot more places for Trump than the other sites have. Actually, I think what they're doing is that they're just calling places. Like, I think they're counting these electoral votes into Trump's votes, even though it's not been called, but because he's winning there, which kind of makes sense as a way to do it versus the other sites. They're still doing the whole, like, call Virginia for Biden, even though Trump is winning.
Look at the banner across the top.
What do you mean?
Well,
like this?
Yeah, I mean they got 90% of the U.S. penciled in, and yet we're still only seeing 367.
It's true. So then why is Trump higher there? What state have they called that they haven't?
I don't know. That's weird because what they're showing in the map.
They called Ohio.
They called Ohio for Trump.
Yeah, no one else has done that yet, but that would give him enough votes. Yeah, they called Ohio for Trump, which makes sense. Trump has a very healthy lead in Ohio.
Yeah.
So if you're being honest with yourself, you're going to call Ohio for Trump.
Do we have our own tally that we're keeping track of?
I've been keeping various tallies. This is my current tally here.
Okay. Yeah, but some of those we're not sure of still yet.
Yeah.
We're not sure of PA. It shouldn't be filled in.
It's true. That one got called red.
Yeah, that got called for Trump. We don't know about Arizona yet. That's right. Did anybody call New Mexico yet?
New Mexico hasn't been called, but it has like a lot of. Well, no, he's managed to. It's going to go for Biden though.
Okay.
I'm looking at this. Yeah, Biden's going to win it. He's got a 100,000 vote lead with 67% of the vote in. Arizona, I think Biden's also going to win. Texas is definitely going for Trump, and I don't know why it hasn't been called yet.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia, North Carolina. Pennsylvania is going to go for Trump. Look here. He's got a massive lead, okay? Biden has 1,300,000 votes. Donald Trump has 1,700,000.
And 7 counties haven't been counted yet.
Well, they have been counted. They haven't counted their mail-ins yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Now,
that's going to make a difference.
That's maybe. But is it going to make...
7 counties worth of mail-in? No, actually...
Which counties?
Okay, so depends on who you're talking about. They're Republican counties.
But that usually means rural counties, which doesn't... So is that amount of... Are those counties going to go, 1, Democrat, and 2, heavy enough Democrat with enough population to overcome what is... What, like 300,000 votes?
No, what I'm telling you is that Trump's lead's going to only expand there.
I think
As those counties get counted, Trump's lead in Pennsylvania is going to completely expand. And we're up how many points right now?
So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
Like 500,000 votes.
500,000 votes. So there you go.
Less than.
Here, I want to also go over this thing here. This is... Oh, they're calling Arizona for Biden now.
Yeah, I can see that. If I'm looking at Biden at Arizona, I think Biden has a very good chance of taking that one.
And that was unfortunately one that Trump really needed badly. But luckily, Trump is actually winning some states away from Biden, so that'll offset Arizona loss. But let me tell you a little bit about how the pollsters got this wrong and how there's an inherent bias in how they are polling. Okay, this is what has changed since 2016 in how people are voting. Okay, people over the age of 65, they increased for Trump by 1.5%. White people with less than a college education by only voted for Trump by 0.5% more than they did in 2016. What did I do? Oh,
Trump won. So that guy.
Oh, somebody just announced that Trump won. Okay. Anyway, I don't know that I believe him just yet. Okay, but okay, in Obama areas, Trump lost some votes by 0.5%. In suburban areas, Trump exceeded expectations by 1%. In rural areas, Trump exceeded expectations by 2%. I believe they're talking about, by the way, these are precincts where.
Oh, okay. They're calling a lot of places for Trump. Hold on.
All right.
Let's
All right,
take a
here we
look.
go. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
So that guy was in the know who just said that.
247. That is huge, guys. That is really huge. So they're still not calling Nevada, which is becoming less important.
This is what if presidential. So he's trying.
He's doing a what if. Nah, you guys freak me out for nothing. Okay, let me get back to this. Because I think this is super important.
Yes,
I do. So in suburban areas, Trump outperformed himself by 1%. In rural areas, Trump outperformed himself by 2%. Majority black areas, Trump outperformed himself by 2%. These are all the precincts that are 100% counted, by the way. Okay? These are all across the United States. Every precinct that is 100% counted. This is what they're coming up with. In high-income areas, Trump outperformed himself by 2%. In areas with majority college graduates, Trump has outperformed himself by 3%. Now remember, he only outperformed himself by 0.5% in less than college. So everybody running around saying how smart they were and that they were too smart to vote for Trump. Trump outperformed by 3%. Urban areas, Trump outperformed himself by 6%. Here's the biggies. This is the takeaway. You ready? In areas that are majority Hispanic areas, Trump outperformed himself from 2016 by 12 percentage points. 12 percentage points. 12% more Hispanics voted for Trump today than did 4 years ago. Okay? How about Cuban neighborhoods? 14%. Trump picked up 14% more Cubans in Cuban neighborhoods today than he did 4 years ago. Are you doing better today than you were 4 years ago? The answer, apparently for Hispanics, is yes.
Now, I would like to bring our attention back to the map for just a minute here. First off, Montana is Trumping now. It's been for a while, but it's even more solidly Trumped. I think that's definitely going to go Trump. The more interesting development, though, is that while Iowa has been going for Biden for most of the night, it has recently just flipped to Trump. So Trump now has a lead in Iowa. Now, I had been earlier just assuming that Iowa was going to go Democrat, but I'm going to take that off the prediction. Also, my prediction currently already has Trump winning, so all of this is just gravy. How did we get there?
What's that?
How did we get to Trump winning? Hold on. What did I call the media? I called there Alaska. So in 30 minutes, Alaska will get called for Trump.
Yeah. Alaska's going to go Trump. Hawaii's going to go for Biden. Did you get Hawaii? Biden for Hawaii?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
So I think the big thing is that. So I called Nevada, and I probably shouldn't because we don't know. I don't think they published a single vote yet. Let me go back. They still haven't published a vote. I have to be a little angry at that because it's been an hour and a half, and they are currently the only state in the union whose polls are, their polls might be still open. 10 p.m. EST? No, they should be closed.
I'm going to take a break here.
All right. So anyway, Iowa is going for Trump now. I'm just going to mark it off of my poll. Pennsylvania is probably going to go Trump, though, so I'm going to come over here and I'm going to fill that in for Trump. Trump won. In my prediction here, assuming things go like this, and they will, I can't guarantee it'll be Pennsylvania, to be honest, but it'll be one of these three. One of these three will go for Trump, and he will win. The only reason that you're not seeing that over here is because they haven't called Georgia, which is definitely going to go for Trump. He's got a huge lead. They haven't called North Carolina. Again, he's got not a huge lead, but definitely a notable one with almost none of the vote left to count. Texas, he's got a huge lead in Texas. Wisconsin, he has a lead in. Wisconsin could flip Democrat, but like only if Joe Biden suddenly just finds a huge treasure trove of votes someplace, and he's not going to. That's just not going to happen. Michigan is going to go for Trump. These things just haven't been called yet, but Ohio is going to go for Trump. Trump is going to win. Trump losing is almost, you'd have to lose Nevada, Iowa, and Pennsylvania. All three of those. And he's not going to. He will win at least one of those. He can't not win at least one of those. It'll be a narrow victory. Well, not necessarily. He could win, theoretically, by around 300 points. That could be a substantial win. We'll just have to wait and see, but Trump's doing really well tonight. I have a feeling he's going to win his re-election campaign. Okay, New Mexico just got called for Biden.
Oh, wow. Then your cousin wants to move there.
Let's see. Now, once again, there's plenty of these, and this is the. Let's check on Virginia again. Virginia still is going for Trump. Still, and it's still being counted as a Democrat state, even though it is, as it was when it was first closed, majority Trump. I'm just going to check over the... Now, in fairness, you could say a very similar thing about Idaho, except they only have 34% of their vote in. Utah is Trump. Wyoming is Trump. South Dakota is Trump. North Dakota is Trump. Nebraska is Trump. Kansas is Trump. Oklahoma is Trump. These are all, Trump is solidly winning in all of these places, except for Idaho, and that's because almost none of their vote has been counted yet. And even then, he's not losing by... It's just... It's almost crazy that they haven't called more of these places. Like, CNN just called Mississippi. Mississippi has been decided for hours, and they have yet to call Florida. Florida is going Trump. There is not enough. There isn't.
CNN has not called Florida yet.
Yeah, there are not enough votes left in Florida to flip it to Biden. There just aren't. It's going to Trump. It's kind of insane how much that they haven't called. Checking here. Okay, so CBS is a little bit more honest, although they haven't called Oregon, which is really weird to me. They've called a lot more of the different things, and they finally marked Texas as not a battleground, but actually like a Republican state.
They want, everybody always wants Texas to go blue. It's just not gonna go blue.
Not this year, at least.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell I'm getting tired because I'm starting to slip on the table. This is Huffington Post, and Huffington Post hasn't called any of Trump's states. And this is the problem. They're saying Biden is winning only because they're not admitting that Trump is winning.
They want to pull Biden over. They've been doing this the whole time. Pull Biden over across the finish line.
And the nation is not having it.
Yeah.
Like, look.
This is kind of what I expected anyway. I really did. I expected that Trump would do really well tonight, but they're just not going to want to admit that he's doing well. They're going to drag their heels as long as they can. And what's the general vote? What's the general vote going?
I'll check it in just a minute. I wanted to check back in on the Senate race, and it is still neck and neck. 45 Democrats to 44 Republicans. I'm excited to see where that goes. The House is, Republicans are actually surprisingly still in the lead. 110 Democrats to 138 Republicans. I expected things to go a lot different. It looks like unsurprising stuff is happening on the map here. Now, the one thing that's really interesting, that I guess is the power of the incumbent, but North Carolina did go for a Democrat governor, whereas they went for a Republican for Trump.
Yeah.
So jumping back over here, yeah, Joe Biden is winning the popular vote, but not by a huge margin.
What were we looking at here?
Popular vote is here.
55 million to 54 million. So he's got about 1,300,000 on the popular vote.
He's got about 600,000.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't have my glasses on.
Yeah. He's
35,600. No, 55,600 to 54. Oh, ooh, look at the votes are changing there right while I was looking.
Mm-hmm.
So 55.7 to 54.4.
But genuinely, the popular vote does not matter.
No, popular vote.
In fact, actually, I saw a thing that said theoretically a president could win the presidency with only like 13% of the popular vote, I think it was.
Oh, wow.
It's been a while since I looked at it. But it was all about winning by the smallest margins you could in the most important states.
Yeah.
And of course, it was a theoretical board where, you don't have states that are always going to go one way like California
I
or
don't
Texas.
think popular vote. First off, you have to remember we are a representative republic. We are not a democracy. Number one, okay? And secondarily, it would be actually criminal to let popular vote decide the presidential election. You got to remember, popular vote in the state selects senators. Popular vote in the individual regions selects House representatives.
Mm-hmm.
The Electoral College elects president, and that's to give small states a better voice in the government. Otherwise, our country would be ruled by New York, Illinois, California, and Florida and Texas.
Yeah.
Those states would be able to run roughshod out over all the other states. And so if you're the type of person that sees that most of the country is just what they call a flyover state, well, that sounds all very well and good to you. But if you're one of the flyover states, that's not so good to you. That means you're going to get stomped. We have a microcosm of that happens in California right now.
In fact, I'll pull up this and see if it starts to show yet. As you can see, this area here is very heavily Democrat, right? But you notice a lot of red in this area, and you're going to start seeing more and more red in this area, I think, as the night wears on. Although I'm actually kind of surprised at the amount of Biden winning in California. Even considering that it's California, typically the valley goes pretty red. Let me go to counties. Typically the valley goes pretty red, and what you see is that while Sacramento, San Francisco, and Los Angeles are extremely powerful liberal cities, much of the rest of the state is actually fairly Republican, which causes a lot of discord between parts of the state. Plus, what's that? Oh.
That's just
yeah, but that's not an honest poll.
It's super not honest. Yeah, they're not counting. They're
not
still not counting
Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, Michigan, Wyoming. All of these are places.
Well,
that
Pennsylvania's
are
not going to get counted tonight,
I
even
didn't
though
say
it is swinging. No, your mother did.
Oh, yeah, Pennsylvania is. Honestly, I'm starting to get to the opinion that Pennsylvania is going to go hard enough red that those.
That will be astounding.
Well,
Really
but
honest.
look at.
I know that Pennsylvania has gained Republicans over the last 4 years, but here's the deal. It's still predominantly a Democrat-run state.
It
And-
is, but look at the votes right now.
I know, I get it. I just think it's astounding.
It's the way California, I wish California would be.
Trump is not doing the worst in California. He's not going to win it.
No, hey, 70% to 28.
Yeah, no, he's not going to win it. But I expected him to do worse. I'm going to be honest.
Well,
Let's see.
it's an amazing. It is amazing how the Democrats have managed to turn this COVID thing into a Republican problem. In California, we're getting just absolutely ridden hard by our governor, and people should be pissed at the Democrats. But no, we're going to be just lockstep zombies voting for the Dems here in California.
Just looking over this, it looks like generally in most cases, almost every state is near a 50-50 split with the election. Except for special cases like
Except
West
for the ones that
Virginia.
they're not calling. All the ones they're not calling. Oh, Trump's definitely win that one. We better not call that one. Oh, 50-50 split and he's barely winning it? Okay, we'll call that one.
Yeah.
That's really probably the truth because I saw that happen earlier.
Checking
Yeah.
in on Virginia. Finally, after hours of it being called for Joe Biden and Trump winning, Biden actually has a lead in Virginia.
Oh, 52 to 45.
Yeah.
Like I said, somewhere along the line, somebody knew something we didn't know.
Perhaps they shouldn't have called it that early, though. For a long time, that should have been was more of a battleground state than Georgia is right now, or Texas. Okay, let's see if anyone else has called states. I seriously doubt it because honestly, if Fox hasn't called it yet, I don't think that other networks are going to. And how is Nevada still not recorded a single vote? The last polls in the United States of America will be closing in 20 minutes.
So now this is from Mark Levine, and granted he's somewhat biased, but he has done his own homework on this, and he says definitely Trump's taking Texas. No big surprise there. Definitely Trump's taking Ohio. No big surprise there. Definitely Trump's taking North Carolina. Even the New York Times agrees with him. Trump will take Iowa. We didn't have Iowa on his side.
Did we? I might have moved it
believe
over
you
there.
did not have Iowa.
I did
Oh,
move it
you-
over there.
okay.
Recently, he's been doing really well in
Okay.
Iowa.
And Georgia.
I'm not surprised by
So-
Georgia. We've been saying
Yeah,
that
we've
since
been
the
saying it
beginning
all
of the
night
night.
long. Yeah. So there you go. Dan Bongino says the best part of election night is watching the media panic. The media are starting to panic, looking like a repeat of 2016.
I'm excited for all the compilations. That's all I
Yeah.
can say. See what Tyler Zed puts out in the morning. So it looks like CBS has called a lot of states, but they still haven't called Florida. They haven't called Georgia. They actually still called Georgia a toss-up. North Carolina,
They haven't called the Georgia governor race from 2016 yet. And that governor's up for re-election.
Oh, Senate race hasn't changed. House range. The House race. The Republicans are still leading the House race.
Oh, I just drop kicked one of my speakers.
The governors.
Come on, man.
He loves it so much.
How dare you?
So these three are still yet to be called. I'm not calling now. It's going to be the guy in the lead right now. I don't think it's going to change that much over the night. That's still a nice jacket. Please say to carry this. So you're trying to scam me. Okay, and Nevada looks like it's finally reported any votes. Congratulations, Nevada. I guess you're not completely useless. My least favorite state in the union, still.
Wow, look at that.
And Trump is winning it, which doesn't...
I mean, what percentage we got? How many?
1%.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it
Look
doesn't
at the
mean
county.
much.
Look at the county map on that one.
Please be like one.
Oh, like
county.
Wood County.
Yeah. Honestly,
The
though,
one next to Utah, no less.
honestly though, I have to say I'm impressed that there are over 400,000 people who live in Nevada. Kudos to you. You guys are troopers. Good job. Someone has to live in that godforsaken desert, I suppose. Personally, I wouldn't.
You're a lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
Yes, I know. I think there's a lot of voter fraud going on. 4,000 votes in Nevada, of all places. It's not real. It's not real. Fake news. I hate Nevada. Oh. Anyway, let's call Nevada for Trump. Why don't we? Wouldn't that be a trip?
Yeah.
Won't call
With
Georgia.
1% of the vote, we call Nevada for Trump.
Well, they called California, Oregon, and Washington with 0% of the vote. Of course, you know, no surprises there. Anyway, let's jump back over here so I can check the YouTube stream.
I don't know what it is with. I don't know. Is my phone or what? I
Texans
keep.
will fight going blue. Yes, they will.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if I'm hooked up to some Bluetooth item. Turn off my Bluetooth.
Okay, so really quickly, the 270 to win haven't called very much.
Yeah.
They haven't even finished calling Maine. Pretty much everyone else is like, yeah, we know who.
Maybe a little early to start to play on narratives, but Emmanuel, let's try to
So here's just a little audio here with George Step on All of Us.
We'll look at this because this is where Joe Biden has to run up the score, and there he has at 80%. That's a great number for him, but only 15%. George, it's tough at this hour. It may be a little early to start to play on narratives, but Emmanuel, let's try to do it a little bit. This is looking a little bit right now like a replay of 2016.
Well, I'm not sure. The problem we have is you have so much early voting, and every state is different of when they count that. And so we're looking at counties, and you can extrapolate. When you look at how close Ohio is, it's basically 6% right now, better than it was in 2016. But you look at, I think it's still going to come down to Pennsylvania.
So
It's not going to come down to Pennsylvania. I think
yeah,
Pennsylvania.
I think it gets called. I think it gets called without Pennsylvania. I honestly do.
Well, I think Pennsylvania is pretty firmly in Trump's category.
No, that's true.
He's got, you know,
Well, not according to the Pennsylvania Attorney General.
he's got 600,000 votes ahead of Joe Biden.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to. That's gonna be hard to suppress. The Democrats gonna be working overtime to print out that many votes.
Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Georgia is definitely going to go Trump.
Yeah, Georgia's definitely Trump. Trump territory. They don't want to call it because it'll.
But the funny thing is, Trump has a smaller lead in Georgia than he does in Pennsylvania. Trump's lead in Pennsylvania is probably
Fox
one of
calls
his biggest.
Ohio for Trump.
Yep, I just saw it turn red, and that puts Trump at 166.
Thanks for nothing, Fox.
I have to say, Fox News is not impressing me with not calling places.
Well, again, I'm going to go back to when we first started. I would rather actually them be cautious about this than jump into this. I do not want another 2000 night where nobody, everybody's making suppositions and expecting things, and then it changes by the morning. And
there's a big difference between let's be cautious and not call things and what is it? 600,000 vote lead.
Yeah.
Or what's this one?
It's hard for me to think that they're going to X 600,000 more.
300,000 vote lead.
Yeah.
This one's only a 100,000 vote lead. So if you didn't want to call that one, that's fine, except the fact that you've called much narrower
How about
races
Michigan
already.
and Wisconsin? Because I tell you what,
These
that's
are the
really
interesting ones. 300,000 vote lead in Michigan.
that's gonna be hard to top.
And only about a 100,000 vote lead in Wisconsin.
Come on, Wisconsin, let's
But
deliver some
that
votes.
is a lead.
How many
Iowa has 100,000, about 100,000.
Okay.
Minnesota, Biden is leading by, I'm not even going to count that many,
It's about
somewhere around
200,000.
300,000.
200,000.
200,000, you're right.
Wisconsin, how many percentage of Wisconsin's votes been counted? Wisconsin.
67. Oh, Wisconsin. 70.
70%. So at 70% of the vote, 100,000 is even pretty hard to top.
It is. Now, Pennsylvania, the place that has the 600,000 vote lead, is currently at 50% of the vote.
Yeah, and what I'm reading online is that they have stopped counting in Pennsylvania altogether.
Probably because Trump is winning.
Yeah, it's
By
probably
a
freaking
huge
them out.
margin.
Freaking out the Democrats. Pennsylvania.
As you can see here on the
Pennsylvania,
map,
the new Florida.
this is Lackawanna County, which is the one that we were told to look out for at the beginning of the night. And it is now actually a Biden camp, but not by a huge margin.
That's the big problem with Biden. He's not been performing the way he needed to today. Today, Biden needed to perform highly. He's been performing in the mail-in ballots. He's been performing like crazy, and today did not deliver. And he needed it because everybody knew there was going to be a huge Republican surge.
Well, I suppose that's what you get when you lock yourself into a basement instead of campaigning.
Oh, I just closed that in one.
He closed his soundboard. So, I mean, in 9 minutes, the last two polls are going to close in the U.S. And let's be honest, they're going to be immediately called. Now, I have a feeling that as soon as that happens, people are going to start calling a lot of these races. Because they're close. Okay, why did Nevada just go white again? Did they recall all of the ballots that they put out? White Pine County pulled out all of their ballots.
Wait a minute, 70% Trump? That can't be.
You're a lying dog-faced pony soldier.
Oh. So, let's see. I'm going to grab a glass of water.
Well, I don't want to do that.
Come on, man. You are fake news.
All right. Hello? Well, that's not going to work. Stop that.
Your organization's terrible.
Your organ. Hello? Hello? Oh no. I got problems. I turned my voice into a baby's voice. Hello? Hello? About time.
Surprise, surprise.
So
Texas went for Trump.
I don't know how I did this. I got to turn it off. I don't know how to turn it off.
So if we turn that on.
Is clean maybe?
Oh yeah, probably clean.
Hello? But I don't want I don't want it to feed any of my voice through.
Yeah, I don't know. We're just gonna turn that off.
Turn-
Oh, hear myself off. Soundboard.
Okay, good. Whew,
All right.
that
so,
was good because that was killing me. All right. Don't panic over Arizona, Dan Bongino says.
It's been a long night so far. Don't panic over Arizona. Listen, some bad news, obviously. I'm not so sure that Arizona's not going to tighten up. I'm not sure we have the numbers to win Arizona, but Arizona's been trending pretty badly for us for a long time. Long term, it doesn't bode well if we can't hold on to Arizona. If it becomes a swing state, we're going to be spending a lot of money to defend the presidency. So definitely bad news. No need to sugarcoat that. Again, I'm not sure that the call is accurate right now. There's still a ton of votes out there, and roughly 2/3 of them may be for Trump. So that race may tighten up. Having said that, it's still way too close. Arizona shouldn't have been this close. Having said that, the good news, again, Michigan looks good. Wisconsin looks good. Pennsylvania looks good. We still have multiple paths here. A little disappointed we couldn't pull out New Hampshire and New Mexico. I thought we may have had a shot there. It was a long shot, but we could have added something to our column. But we did win Arizona last time. We still have Nevada out there as well, which could be a flip for us. I've told everyone to keep their eyes on Nevada and Virginia for a while, where we could potentially close the gap from 2016 there. We'll see what happens there. That's still out there, but don't panic. If we win Michigan and Wisconsin, where the numbers look great, we're in great shape. If we win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, it's already over. So don't get crazy about it yet. We'll see what happens. But yeah, definitely not good news. But hold out hope for Michigan, Wisconsin, and we won't get Pennsylvania till later in the week. But if we take Michigan, Wisconsin tonight, we're in pretty good shape. All right, maybe I'll do one more of these tonight. I'm still watching like you guys with bated breath. See you soon.
how long have we been on the air?
It's been a long night.
So we've been doing this for about 5 hours.
I
And
didn't think I'd talk for 5 hours.
in those 5 hours, Georgia has been a Trump state for the majority of them, and it has yet to be called.
Yeah.
5 hours of a Trump lead, it should be called. I'm just going to say that until it is called. Anyway, in 4 minutes, we're going to have the last 2 sets of polls closed. They don't matter because all in all, they account to 4, 5, 6, 7 votes.
At
7
this
votes,
point, I mean, every single vote is important.
except that they're both already accounted for.
They're canceling each other out more or less. Hawaii slightly X out Alaska, but not by but 1 vote.
Mm-hmm. So it's not a big deal. Now, I am interested, though, when these 2 are called, I firmly believe that at that point people will start calling these closer states. Because at that point the election is over.
Okay.
You can't pull it, you can't really drag it out much longer. Unless they want to drag it out until Georgia and North Carolina and such have counted 100% of their ballots. But no one's going to, if the game is to keep ratings up, no one's going to watch that long. I'm not going to watch that long. I'm thinking like 9:30, I'm going to go off the air because really, this isn't.
It's 10 o'clock already.
Is it 10 o'clock?
It is 10 o'clock, dude.
Oh, ha!
No,
This
it's 9
computer is
o'clock.
an hour behind.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold it. It's 9 o'clock. This computer's off.
Oh, his computer is off, and I'm right.
Okay.
So
There you go.
it's almost 9. I'm thinking at like 9:30 we probably will call it a night because really, once those last polls close, sit around see if anything else is called, but it's
yeah.
just waiting for the media to get around to actually doing it.
So Trump wins the pivotal battleground of Ohio. This clears a major hurdle in his quest for re-election. Literally, he needed that state. He got it. So now it really does make it much more likely. And this is bad freaking news for Biden, to be totally honest with you.
He really needed it.
He needed to steal a state from Trump, and all he ended up stealing was Arizona for 11 points.
But he lost Pennsylvania.
Well, maybe.
Not maybe. Okay, not maybe.
Okay.
Pennsylvania's government is going to try to play the stupid game, but it's 600,000 votes. right now.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard for Pennsylvania to really stymie this election. And with a 600,000 vote difference, it's going to be very difficult. They're going to have to be a lot of lawsuits run around. Remember, Biden hired, like, I forget how many lawyers. I want to say it was in the neighborhood of 400 lawyers Biden hired for post-election.
Which tells us that they were planning on either a very close race or losing for a while now. Anyway, before we launch into a tirade, I'd like to point out
600 lawyers Biden hired. Why? For Pennsylvania. He's going to try to tie up Pennsylvania as long as he possibly can.
And with that, we just hit 9 o'clock PST, which means the last two polls are closed.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It's 9 o'clock.
Trump, Fox News didn't say anything about that.
No, they haven't.
I don't think that they closed that early.
Yeah, they do.
Really? Because
they're an hour behind us.
No, they're a couple hours.
Well, okay, but closing time. California's polls close at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which was an hour ago.
Okay.
Alaska and Hawaii close at 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Oh, really? Okay.
So yeah,
closed
they
earlier than
just
ours,
closed.
okay.
I think.
Interesting, because although maybe Fox News just doesn't care about them. Nobody cares about them.
No one cares about them. I'm just going to make sure that I'm correct. I'm going to check the time in. Yep, it is 12 a.m. in Miami. 12:01 now. So those polls are now closed. And
so Texas got officially called. Did we already put that down?
Texas already got called. Texas got called a while back.
Oh, this guy just put it up a minute ago. and actually, Team Trump just decided to claim Texas.
I wonder if someone else. Fox claimed Texas a while back. CNN is still in denial about reality. I don't think that they haven't even called Florida yet.
CNN is filling my liberal tears mug currently.
Honestly, this is embarrassing. They've only called Midwestern states with no votes. They haven't called any of the major Trump.
Not Ohio, not anything.
Okay, this is MSNBC. Similar story. They've only called Midwestern places.
See, and that's the thing. If Biden was winning these states, they'd have been fast to call them.
Alaska's still open? Why? It says on Fox they should be closed, but I guess they lied to me. Maybe, but all their closing times are listed in Eastern Standard Time. So they close at midnight Eastern Standard Time. Anyway, Hawaii got called for Biden.
So the Fox News probability meter is giving now Trump 65% chance to be our next president of the United States.
Honestly, that seems like a low percentage of the chance, looking at how the votes are landing.
I agree. They're being cautious about a couple of states that we're not.
That's true.
And they are giving the Republicans a 95% chance of holding on to the Senate.
That's going to be good for the Republicans if we lose the presidency.
Yeah, and a 95% chance of the Democrats holding on to the House of Representatives.
When exactly did the New York Times... Okay, that's just specifically about that. Okay, so what I see is I think that all of these other...
Thanks for reading the Times. We're not going to let you actually read it.
Okay, then I guess I'm just going to close that out. Thanks very much. This is BuzzFeed News.
Oh...
Now, I'll actually give BuzzFeed News credit. I don't know which states they've called. They've called both Texas and Florida. So they're actually being a little bit more honest with, like...
Well, but look at their vote totals. They don't make any sense.
a
Where
second.
are you going?
It's freaking out. Just give me a second. Here we go.
210 to 204
Yeah.
for Biden.
Well,
What
they
did-
haven't called Arizona yet.
No, but they got Biden winning.
Yeah?
How is Biden winning with Trump taking all those states?
Because they still haven't called Georgia, North
Oh,
Carolina,
okay. So the
Pennsylvania.
lined out ones, they're not putting in anybody's.
Yes, those
thing.
are the ones that are leaning one way or the other.
Okay, so but they're not firmly calling
Yeah.
them. Okay.
Now they haven't called Arizona.
See, from my end, I can barely see those lines.
I see. They're not. They haven't called Arizona. They haven't called Georgia, which
Uh-huh.
they should. They haven't called North Carolina, which they should. They haven't called Maine, which they should. They haven't called Minnesota. They probably should call Minnesota. Let's jump over to Fox again, because this is honestly the only one that's. Why is it Fox and BuzzFeed of all people are actually like calling these?
Because everybody else got tears in their eyes.
And BuzzFeed doesn't?
Well, that's true. Okay.
Okay, so let's look at the Senate again, see how they're doing. This hasn't changed since the last time we checked. House hasn't really changed that much. Republicans are still leading. Governor races haven't changed. These people are still going to win, even though they haven't called it yet.
So Dan Bongino says Biden campaign suddenly worried about Pennsylvania and Florida. This actually was from earlier today. And let me play their newscast for you. I'll probably get an ad first. Oh yeah, sure do. I get an doggone it. I don't want to do that. Got an ad first. Let me. So they're worried about Pennsylvania and Florida this morning. They said right off the bat, and they have what we've seen tonight. They had really good reason to be worried about Pennsylvania and Florida. And I just want to try to get the audio up here for you, but of course I got to sit through an ad. Let's see here. But now we know why this particular newscast happened. They, like we said, they knew a lot of things beforehand that they weren't telling anybody. They didn't. Here we go.
Well, you mentioned Pennsylvania there too. I would note that the Biden campaign had a press call earlier today and began to prepare people for the scenario where they would have to try to win without Florida and without Pennsylvania. So we feel really good about both of those states. Florida, I think the president is going to win quite handily. And Pennsylvania is another place where Joe Biden did not put up a big enough lead in the early voting period to overcome and withstand the onslaught of Trump votes today on Election Day. We think that the president is going to go into tonight with a lead. We see really high turnout in the blue-collar areas, northeastern Pennsylvania, which is allegedly Joe Biden's home turf. The president's supporters are coming out in huge numbers all across the rural parts of the state. This anti-fracking stance that Joe Biden has had has really hurt him in Pennsylvania. And I would point out one other thing, Bill, that we modeled all of the things that we looked at leading up to Election Day based on 2016 exit polls and 2016 turnout. So that meant for us 8% of the black vote for President Trump. Public polling, as bad as we think it is, forecasts that the president will get 14% of the black vote. We had it higher than that.
We had him at 15 at the end of last week.
Yeah.
North
So
Carolina.
everything that we looked at was based on 8% of the black vote. And if we approach doubling that, then it is going to be real problems for Joe Biden, not just in these states, but everywhere.
And Georgia.
Yeah. Yeah, I think both tell a similar story. Again, Joe Biden didn't hit his marks. In the counties that President Trump won in 2016, turnout is either approaching or exceeding 2016 levels already. Very high turnout in the areas that President Trump, where we know his supporters are, where he won in those areas. Let me see, in North Carolina, Rowan County.
So essentially, that was.
You mentioned Pennsylvania there too.
Yeah, I get out of that. Anyway, that was about 3.5 hours before the polls even closed. They had. You got to remember, there are polls. To paraphrase Mark Twain, there are polls, there are damned polls.
There are lies, there are damned lies, and there are statistics.
Exactly. There are polls, there are damned polls, and there are statistics, or actually internal polls. We don't get to hear the internal polls. The internal polls really, really tell the tale. Trump went into this election day knowing, and in fact, early this morning, he predicted he was going to end up with 309 electoral votes. What do you think he's got a path for that still, Stu?
We can check.
Take a look.
In a minute.
Take a look at that.
First, I'd like to point out just a real quick thing. Virginia is back in a Trump lead. Just thought I'd point that out. Still unworried about that. Anyway, so this is my current kind of prediction model, right?
Okay.
And this has Nevada going Democrat. Let's just say it goes Republican. Okay.
That's 300.
We'll pretend like anyone who isn't called still has the chance to go to Republican. He can get 300.
Okay. So essentially,
He's about 30
Arizona
points
totally
off.
boned him there.
Yeah.
And that was a big loss. But it looks like he is definitely overperformed everywhere else. I don't know why Arizona actually turned away from him. I can understand California and Oregon and Washington, but
You say turned away like they were ever with him.
well,
In California, Oregon,
yeah,
Washington.
that's the problem. Trump's had a long-standing gripe with their favored son, which is John McCain, and certainly Cindy McCain didn't make this easy on Trump for re-election.
Now, I'll notice that, Dad, you have been watching the Fox News election probability meters for a while now, and just over the last time he mentioned them, when Trump was at 65%, it has risen to 71% chance of a Trump victory. This is pretty telling.
Yeah.
This map that we have here, actually, I'm going to pull it up on the screen. This map that we have here shows a Trump win. Like, it isn't official, but assuming things don't go completely insane in the third act, Trump, he doesn't have to pull any rabbits out of a hat. He just has to stay on the trajectory he's currently on, and he'll win.
Yeah, what you got is Trump got what he needed, which is basically enough votes to make his electoral victory solid. And Biden's going to try. He's going to take his 600 lawyers out, and he's going to try to mess up Pennsylvania. But he might try to snipe off a few close states if he can possibly do it.
Let's pretend he does get Pennsylvania, okay? And Nevada. Trump still wins.
Okay.
I mean,
it's an uphill battle for him, but here's what he's got to do. It's turned Biden from being on the offense and basically making it look like he's the big man in the game to now being on the defense and having to try to protect what he has, plus maybe try to gain a few others, but he has to now go out and snatch those as opposed to protect those. But what he was hoping to do is protect what he won from Trump. Now what he's got to do is try to steal from Trump. The voters, the people, are going to be by and large looking at that not favorably. That's going to be like, it's the same thing. It's the same Bush versus Gore. It was obvious Bush won Florida, and Gore went in there instead of asking for an entire state recount. He asked only to have Democrat counties recounted. And when he asked for just the Democrat counties to be recounted, that was a tell. Everybody in the United States said, okay, well, you're obviously just trying to win the election by recounting only these. You're wrong. And public opinion turned against him. So, yeah, I think that Biden's going to have a problem because what he's going to have to do is march on the idea that, well, I got the popular vote. Well, that didn't
That didn't
work
really
last time.
work fairly well. That didn't work very well for Hillary Clinton.
No.
She was not able to convince people that just because she had the popular vote, wow, I just saw the vote totals are going crazy again. I guess some counties must have just submitted more ballots. What are our favorite little states doing? Georgia's at 81% in. All right? Trump has a 400,000 vote lead. Georgia is going to Trump. North Carolina, 94% in. Trump has a 100,000 vote lead.
They're calling Iowa definitely for Trump now.
Oh, are they? Are they calling Iowa? Is Fox or
Fox
is it
News is definitely calling Iowa for Trump.
President Trump? Oh, there it goes. Just turned red. Trump won Iowa. Now, how did Iowa get called at only 200,000 vote lead?
Yeah, it's because
When Georgia
all the
has-
heavily Democrat counties are in, and Trump still got a lead. Therefore, he's not
Therefore,
going to.
he's going to win.
He's not going to be toppled off of his place.
Georgia. I think the reason Georgia hasn't been called yet is because there are still these
Those
faults
are
in the hair,
heavy Democrat areas right there.
and they're reporting. They aren't reporting complete. This one isn't reporting that they've counted any. They say 0%, but they have already 120,000 votes counted. What? Oh. You know, this has been coming up literally every 10 minutes or something.
Oh, that's annoying.
I just hate Apple. I just hate Apple. We have Effingham County. See, the thing is, though, that Georgia isn't going to muster the votes to topple Trump at this point. They aren't. North Carolina, I mean, okay, let's see what North Carolina has. North Carolina has one county, McDonwell County, that has not submitted their entire vote yet, okay? One county. Where Trump is winning, by the way, at 94% counter. Why hasn't North Carolina been called?
Well, what's their top line saying? See, you got us covering the top line. We can't see. Okay, see, that's why.
Perhaps, but you have to call it eventually.
Well, I know, but what they're hoping is Biden will twist enough of these aside that once they call it, see, what they're trying to do is keep it even. You know, Biden takes one, they'll give one to Trump. Biden takes one, they'll give one to Trump.
But the only one that Biden could possibly take at this point is Minnesota. That's the only that and maybe Nevada, but Nevada hasn't submitted anything.
Yeah.
Who knows when they're going to actually submit stuff? So the only state that's on the table for Joe Biden right now is Minnesota. And in fairness to Joe Biden, he'll probably get it. I'm looking at this. Trump could snatch it, I suppose, but I don't think he will. I think it's going to go to Biden. Biden has a 200,000 vote lead.
Mm-hmm.
And in a state where 72% of the vote has been counted, and it's Minnesota, so there's not a lot of people. So I think Biden's going to take Minnesota. They could probably call that one right now. What are our local elections looking like?
Well, one of the big, for us locally, unfortunately, the Democrat took the Republican in U.S. House District 10. So that was sad. Josh Harder is going to keep his seat.
Ugh.
And yeah, that's just awful. Proposition stem cell research bonds.
Yeah.
Looks like our taxes get to go up to support stem cell research. Looks like it's currently passing at 53 to 47%.
Proposition
15, commercial property taxes for education. That is a dead heat. Slightly eking out the yeses, slightly eking out the noes. I don't know how that's going to end up coming up. Only 30% of the precincts reported at that time. But at 50%, here's the problem. California, this is going to cost you some money, okay? Because Proposition 15 is going to weaken the old Prop 13 guarantees, and it's going to cost us all because let me tell you, anytime they try to soak the rich, it comes out of our pockets, okay? You increase the taxes on businesses, they pass those taxes on as higher prices. This is not a good idea. And it's not going to go for education. That's how they convince you to vote for it. In reality, what they'll simply do is, even if it has special earmarks just for education, they'll cut the education budget where they can in order to make up for the new money that education's getting in, and it becomes a zero-sum game for education.
Great. Let's talk about the next one, which is legalized discrimination.
Legalized discrimination is going to go into defeat. The no's on that one are at 54%. Good on you, California. Good on you. The
Finally.
state government wanted to legalize discrimination in the state of California.
And they called it reinstating affirmative action. What it really was cutting out any sort of minority protections.
Yeah.
Now, they did this in order to essentially say that they're only going to hire people of certain races and ethnicities to work at different positions, which is just a horrific proposition. It really should
It doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't
you should
matter
be
if you're
horrified that was a bill that was placed onto a ballot in the United States of America. Let's move on. Restoring parolee
voting rights.
Let's
Looks
get
like
probably-
we are going to let parolees vote in California. So
Great.
and teens can vote in primaries. Our own household was split on this, but looks like it is going to go down in defeat at 53%.
Now, I'll point out only 30% of precincts are reporting on any of
It's
these.
true.
So, this could vastly change.
Could,
I don't know which 13%. If it's like San Francisco and LA, but not the Valley, or vice versa.
But yeah, that's true. But it
So.
is like, but the thing is that these are neither Republican nor Democrat. So people generally tend the split tends to stay close to the same.
That's fair.
So property transfer of tax changes looks like that's going to pass at 53%. Again,
one's a
another
bad
weakening
idea.
of Proposition 13. They try to make it sound really attractive to people, and criminal code changes
Prop 20.
is going to go down in defeat. Looks like by a large margin. If I remember correctly, this was to try to the state government. Well, we had a proposition which decreased the punishments for certain crimes. And this one was to change that back. And it looks like we just want criminals to run roughshod in the state of California currently.
21, I'm actually very happy. Right now, it's going down in defeat pretty hard. This is rent control.
Yeah.
And rent control is never a good thing.
Yep.
It always sounds like a great thing, and it always turns out to just hurt people.
Yep. So and that's going to be defeated. Proposition 13 is the app drivers.
Proposition 22.
22. I'm sorry. App drivers like Lyft and Uber and stuff like that. It exempts them from a idiotic law that the state passed a while back, and it looks like
It's going to pass, which
pass.
is very good.
Yeah, which it should have never gone into place in the first place.
That law, it essentially targeted any freelance employees. The unions put it through. And essentially, any freelance employee has like a cap on how much they can earn in a year, and it's a really low cap, so you can't actually make a living wage. Which is funny because California is all about the living wage, and then we're capping freelancers. Anyway, let's move along to
dialysis clinic changes. This mandates that doctors have to be at a dialysis clinic,
which is going to increase the costs a lot to run them.
Yeah. So this is going down in defeat, which it really should. It was just a bad idea. They got to wait for his Alzheimer's meds to kick in before that'll happen.
Proposition 24.
Okay, Proposition 24 is the Consumer Data Privacy Law. Okay.
So on this one, a couple independent computer security groups reviewed it and said that it does basically nothing. So it's
going to pass.
Yeah, but it's kind of like a whatever. Let's move on to the next one.
Um,
Prop 25.
So Prop
ending cash
25
bail.
is ending cash bail. That is going to go down in defeat. So
Which is good.
That's a good thing. Score one for the winners. And that's basically all the props. So there you go. It's kind of a mixed bag there.
Yeah.
We'll see how it all finally ends
So
up.
let's look back at the nationwide view, and Georgia is still going for Trump.
Sounds like. Why did I lose my TV in the background?
Probably because it was idled out, I would assume. We've got North Carolina still going for Trump.
So we're apparently waiting remarks from Joe Biden. I'm kind of curious as to what he says. Again, he is basically vowed to claim victory tonight, and then challenge Trump to say that he's not the winner. And of course, he's got this commanding 17 electoral college lead on Trump because nobody's calling certain states that Trump is obviously winning. So we'll see. We're waiting for his Alzheimer's medications to kick in,
And then
so
he'll give us I'm sure it'll be a completely comprehensible speech and not a mash of consonants and syllables that make no
There you
sense,
go.
as he has been recently doing. You really got to feel bad for the man. Anyway, let's just take a pop over at the Senate. The Republicans are now leading the Democrats. They say that the Democrats still have a net of 1. I think that is broken. The Republicans are also leading the Democrats in the House race. Good for them, I suppose. Only one state has not been called yet, Montana, for governors. And my predictions came right. Washington and Utah, they were the candidates that obviously were going to win. Are any of us surprised? And I think the big thing is that they don't want to call Montana for the Republican, even though he's going to win. Because to call Montana for the Republican would mean that you're probably also going to have to call Montana for Trump. And I don't think they've done that yet. Let me check back. They have not. Even though he's winning. Anyway. Joe Biden is winning again in Virginia, but honestly, it's been going back and forth, and they're only 76% in. So we'll see about that. North Carolina is solidly in Trump's camp.
Calling Minnesota for Biden.
Yeah, well, I mean, we called Minnesota for Biden a couple hours ago, didn't we? I'm waiting for the time that they realize that, Trump is going to win like 4 states and just call them all in rapid succession. Let's check on the other one.
Yeah, but he's going to lose Wisconsin and Michigan.
CNN has not called Florida or Texas or Minnesota, in fairness.
It's just...
I think it's the Associated Press that hasn't called any.
Now I see that Montana was called for Trump.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
So Minnesota and Montana got called.
But it rolls right into that idea, tit for tat.
Doesn't look like Fox has called Montana yet.
Yeah, but Team Trump is saying that they've definitely won it.
I see.
What's his lead in Montana?
In Montana, his current lead is like 20,000 votes, with only like 56% of the vote in.
Somebody must know something.
Either somebody must know something, or they posted the wrong graphic and they meant to say Trump wins Georgia, where he had, or Pennsylvania, where he has 60,000 votes, but we can't call that one. Or 600,000 votes. I'm getting tired. The numbers are swirling together.
Yeah. But Fox is still giving Trump the election probability of 72%.
It's because you can't look at that map and say that he doesn't have a high probability of winning it.
Who said that? Courtney's not doing a right count. I don't know where Courtney's getting her count from. So, just to give you an idea of the probabilities of the uncalled states, there is a 60% probability that Biden will take Nevada. North Carolina, which has yet to be called, there's a 94% probability it will be called for Trump. Georgia, there's a 77% probability it will be called for Trump. Pennsylvania, there is a 79% probability it will be called for Trump. Michigan, there is a 74% probability it will be called for Trump. Wisconsin, there is an 86% probability it will be called for Trump.
Essentially, the only state that they can readily say will be Biden's state is Nevada. And even that's...
So if we pull that up, what does it look like?
Pull what up?
If we plug in these hot races into our map, what does it look like? What's our number?
Yeah, he's had that one for a while.
Okay, give me a minute.
So plug in the ones
Okay,
that
I'm on.
we really think we got,
Okay,
and the ones
so
we think still Biden has.
which ones are the ones that are in question?
Nevada,
Nevada for Biden.
North Carolina for Trump. We're already in North Carolina for Trump now. Georgia for Trump.
Georgia.
Pennsylvania for Trump.
Pennsylvania for Trump.
Michigan for Trump.
Michigan for Trump.
Wisconsin for Trump.
Wisconsin for Trump. And I'm just going to check this. Hold on a minute. I'm going to...
That's because it has one electoral vote that goes another direction.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just going to confirm these three. These have already been called for Biden. These have been called for Biden.
Montana was called for Trump.
No, this is Fox News' side.
Okay.
So I have Montana called for Trump on ours.
I just want to know what the Electoral College votes are based on this.
I'm just making sure that I have all the right things checked off. Yeah, okay. Based on that, he would win with 294 votes.
294 votes. Based on what Fox News says is the probabilities.
So, takeaway is that Courtney is not doing her math right.
Yeah, and we've been talking about it all night long that Biden has the only thing Biden has taken from Trump was Arizona. Yeah, that's it. And so, and then Trump took what from Biden?
Pennsylvania. It was never
No,
really Biden's, but
Yeah, Pennsylvania was Trump's last election. I forget what. Find out what the. Pull up what the Electoral College looked like in 2016. There you go. Okay.
it looked
So-
identical.
Yeah.
The only difference, and in fact, actually, Biden did better than Hillary Clinton here
Yeah.
because he took Arizona. But he's still going to lose. Last time, Trump won
Mm-hmm.
with 306 votes. This time, Trump is going to win with 294 votes. That
Yeah.
doesn't make sense. That math doesn't work out. Wait, what's the difference between these two? Oh, it must be differences in Nebraska.
Oh, New
and-
Mexico. Oh no, New Mexico did go Hillary.
It's probably a difference in Nebraska and Maine because they have split votes.
There you go. So basically, the way it's playing out right now, Biden got to take Arizona, but it's not going to be enough. North Carolina just called for Trump, which we've known all along, but it just got called for Trump officially by. Oh, okay.
What got called then?
Well, for
North
crying out
Carolina.
loud, they're giving it a 94% chance of going Trump.
94% of the vote is in.
Yeah, he needs 300,000 votes out of Georgia to beat Trump. That's pretty difficult.
All right, let's.
All right, what are we going to call this a night?
I'm gonna call this a night. Trump wins. Media hasn't said it yet, but Trump wins.
Yeah, realistically, this is a Trump victory.
I don't.
I didn't expect to call a Trump victory tonight,
Honestly,
and certainly it's not official, but
I don't see a way for Biden to win.
Biden has to fight against a whole lot. He's got to pull votes. You know, the Pennsylvania AG was saying that Trump was trying to negate votes in Pennsylvania. Well, now it's turned into Biden having to negate votes in Pennsylvania. That's a different ball game. Biden's going to have to negate votes in Georgia. He's going to have to negate votes in Pennsylvania.
North Carolina.
He's not going to do it in North Carolina, but Georgia and Pennsylvania is the two places where he could do some damage to Trump.
Maybe
I don't see
Michigan
it.
too.
Well, yeah, but he doesn't gain enough electoral college votes.
It's true.
But here's the thing. He is now on the defensive. He is now having to argue an unethical position. He is not going to be able to take the high ground. So we're going to wait around to see what Biden has to say, but to be honest with you, I don't know that he can say much. He doesn't have this in the bag. Far from it. The Republicans trounced him tonight. So anyway, good night, and we'll see what happens in the morning.